Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon this time for my Americans and Europeans. Hey, Captain, how are you doing today? Uh, Geez, I'm actually 2 minutes late. How will my ancestors ever forgive me? I'm usually much more punctual than that, but it happens on occasion. Bloody cat. I had to change the time that I feed my cat in the morning because I changed stream time to be uh, I'll be streaming when I would normally have fed him prior, and he gets real annoying and real buzzy everywhere, all over the place if he's expecting food. And usually just the fact that I wake up makes him expect food, so he's been a pain since midnight. But midnight is still not morning for this cat. Just because I'm changing my sleep schedule doesn't mean he can. So I've had to just give him breakfast at 6, I guess, in the morning. That's fair enough. I even went and got a thermos so I don't have to keep getting up in the middle of stream to make tea. Now then, let's have a look and see what's going on. In case, anything big has happened in the 20 minutes since I last checked. Oh, well, okay. Something big has happened since I last checked. Let's find out together, shall we? Now, Trump is safe after Secret Service opened fire at a suspected person with a firearm near his golf club. Um, no, I didn't. You want to link it to me? I'll have a look at it, and maybe we can cover it on stream if it seems worth looking into. Uh, so open fire at a suspected person with a firearm near his golf club. Was it okay? So this person wasn't actively trying to kill Donald Trump, I would imagine, because the headline would be somewhat different. Sure, send it through. We'll have a look at it, Captain. Now, yeah, multiple U.S. Secret Service agents opened fire after seeing a person with a firearm near former President Donald Trump's golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida, while he was golfing on Sunday. According to two law enforcement officials, the Republican presidential candidate is safe. The person fled in an SUV, which was later apprehended in a nearby county by local law enforcement, the officials said. The officials were not authorized to discuss the matter publicly and spoke on condition of anonymity. An AK-style firearm was recovered at the scene near Trump's golf course, one of the officials and a third law enforcement official said. The golf course was partially shut down for Trump as he played, and agents were a few holes ahead of him, because he sucks, when they noticed the person with the firearm. Which, by the way, when I say Donald Trump sucks at golf, I'm not joking. There's a large amount of video evidence of him cheating to win when he's playing against people, which I think is quite funny. I mean, really, you're gonna cheat at golf at your golf course? Maybe practice instead.
I want to.
Oh, okay, it's 2.5 minutes. We'll have a look at the RFK thing after this. The person appeared to push the muzzle of the rifle through the fence line, and that's what agents fired. Okay, well, maybe this person was trying to kill, or at least shoot at Trump again. I mean, I did say political violence is going to continue and get worse as we get closer to the election. Generally, when I say that, I'm referring to Republicans, not, well, I mean, to be fair, even the last shooter was a Republican, so who knows? I just, I expected if someone was going to take a shot at another elected official, they would be taking a shot at a Dem this time around, considering, most of MAGA still actively blames the Dems for, like, the attempt on Trump's life, because I don't know, they need to cope somehow. Most will still even deny the fact that their shooter in that case was a Republican. So who knows? Honestly, everything's gotten so stupid. Jenny, it's not even complicated anymore. Now it's just stupid. Our entire state of like the national and even the international discourse around US politics in general, but more specifically Donald Trump, Democrats and Republicans, it's all become so stupid. It's gotten, I mean, for years now, it's been at a point where you really can't even make any headway. You can't have an actual conversation most of the time with these people because they're anti-knowledge. I mean, regardless of whatever factual evidence, where you're getting it from, no matter what it is, these people just have been conditioned, especially through the pandemic with the anti-vax movement, to be entirely disinterested in anything, I don't know, technical, academic, scientific, any numbers, and at the same time as they're being conditioned to be disinterested in looking at factual information, at numbers, at science, at statistics, they're also being incentivized to be interested in politics even more so, generally by fear mongering or some form of the general, fascist playbook of how to do outreach. And this results in a significantly sized chunk of people who are active in the political scene and engage in political discourse, but generally have no idea what they're talking about, either based on just feeling and vibe alone, which is the most common, ranging to people who will pick and choose facts and will ignore others, and even people who just don't know anything. Or, I don't know. Even the people that don't know anything think they know everything. And any conversation in which that isn't the reality that you accept gets either stonewalled or brought off track by some incredibly stupid thing that this person that you're talking to says out of pocket. And it none like I don't know, maybe this doesn't happen to you guys, but it happens to me where often someone just says something so stupid and out of pocket that I'm in shock, and it takes me a minute to process, like, are you joking? Is this what we're talking about now? Like earlier yesterday, I was arguing with somebody on Twitter, and they seemed to be somewhat rational at the very least. Like, they were asking for facts. They would read something when I sent it to them. I sent some, like, we were talking about Russian interference in the 2016 election, and I sent them the Senate the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing notes and the actual like 5-page, like the 5-volume documents that they released relating to this inquiry. And I sent it to this person, and then they spent an hour or two not responding, and then they come back and say, I don't believe sources that come from the U.S. government. I'm like, are you joking? Is this what we've come to? Where, like, okay, let me be clear. The U.S. government lies to you. Every government lies to you. No matter what country you're from, no matter what country we're referring to, they lie to you. And you shouldn't blindly trust what they say at all. And that's always been the case. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't take what they say, think about it, critically analyze it, and engage accordingly. But if we're and beyond that, not every aspect of the government is equally as corrupt as every other aspect of the government. And also depending on context. Now, so in this case, we're talking about the judicial system. And the judicial system is, depending on the context, more or less factual. The information that we get out of them usually is factual. And it might have a bias to it, and it might be swaying from one side to another. But generally, when we're talking about data, information, court documents, transcripts, especially from federal cases or even the Senate Judiciary, or really just any congressional document, the full document gets put out. And sure, we might be missing bits and pieces, whether it be redacted or because there's context that we're not aware of, but they're not usually outright lying to your face in this case. And the only way that somebody could look at 5 volumes, several dozen, like at least a dozen and a half pages of Senate Judiciary Committee or Senate Intelligence Committee documents and say, oh, I just blanket don't believe that, is either disingenuous and can't answer or can't engage with this topic because they don't have anything. They would have to concede entirely to you in that case if they hadn't done that. Or the other case is that let me put this together in my head really quickly. So it's either they're entirely disingenuous or they're incapable of comprehending what they're reading, and so they just outright dismiss it. And by incapable, this can go one of two ways. It could be incapable as in they genuinely cannot read and understand this this document because of, I don't know, the vocabulary or how it's worded, or maybe they don't even know how to read. You don't know people. Sometimes people just don't know how to read. And sometimes it's not as obvious. It's they can't read it because they know that it will make them feel bad. So they'll start reading it, they'll want to engage properly, and then they'll begin, and then they'll realize, oh, this is making me really uncomfortable, and then they'll run away from it. And this has become the entire state of discourse in politics, at least in American politics, but generally around the world. The push for anti-vax propaganda, conspiracism, the world shifting somewhat to the right, broadly, but more so in certain places compared to others, has all resulted in a anti-intellectual mindset in millions of people around the world. And this is, I mean, this isn't surprising. This is pretty standard for fascism, which, make no mistake, this is where that comes from. The MAGA wing of the Republican Party, which is essentially the entire Republican Party, are fascists. Not everyone who votes for MAGA is an open and, they might not believe in fascism. They might not want fascism. They might not think that this will lead to fascism. But quite a lot of them are. A lot of them are Nazis, as we're going to see, just open Nazis, not, we'll get to it when we get to it. But, I don't know, I find it frustrating that even just basic discourse is not really possible to have anymore. Now, the White House said Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had both been briefed on this scare with a guy with a gun around Donald Trump. So, I think that's enough of that. We don't really have much more information on the subject. The rest of that seems to be context. So let's have a look at what RFK had to say. Yay, exciting.
I want to share with you the biggest reason that I stepped out of the presidential race to endorse Donald Trump. It's an issue so big that many people don't even want to look at it. And I'm talking about the slide toward nuclear war. You might remember back in the day when Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and...
Okay. First of all, I just want to point out that the reason that he dropped out of the race is that he was always going to. He was only in the race specifically to try and draw votes away from Democrats. And when it became clear that he was drawing more votes away from Donald Trump, he dropped out, endorsed Donald Trump, and now probably would, I don't want to say probably, but might get a cabinet position out of it if Trump did win. This slide towards nuclear war rhetoric really makes me angry, but let's finish hearing what he has to say before I get to
Paul Wolfowitz and all those other guys were pushing for war in Iraq, war in Syria, war in Libya, war in Iran, and full spectrum.
You really can't compare the Russian-Ukraine war from the Ukrainian perspective, and by extension of that, the U.S. perspective, as to the Iraq war. You can't, those are incomparable.
U.S. military domination across the globe. These people were known as the neocons, and they have now taken over the Democratic Party. Right now, they're the ones who are pushing for maximum confrontation with
the Democratic Party, sure.
Russia. You have any idea how dangerous that is? Russia is the world's largest nuclear power. Right now, our country is providing weapons trainings and targeting information for Ukraine to strike deep into Russian territory with both infantry and with missiles. How would...
Not deep into Russian territory. That's just a straight up lie. Up until recently, Ukraine was not even close to allowed to strike inside Russian territory. They've had to deny that the drones were them. Nuclear, yeah. They were not allowed to strike into Russian territory, not deep at the very least. This really only changed after Kursk began. I think they should be allowed to, but let's finish before we get into that.
Our country react if, say, Russia...
I really didn't want to have to talk about Russia today. I have the links to talk about it later, but I wanted to form my... Yeah, they shot drones at Moscow. They've been shooting drones for a while at Moscow. I mean, for months they've been bombarding different parts of Russia, but also at Moscow. I think they launched one at the Kremlin before. Yeah, they were all intercepted. Russia's been bombing the shit out of Ukraine at the same time, as they continue to do, usually.
Russia had bases on the Mexican border and was aiding Mexican armed forces to strike oil refineries and towns and nuclear power plants in Texas. If Russia gets desperate,
wait. What the fuck? Sorry, I need to start back a little bit because I forgot I was supposed to listen to him. I'm just so used to tuning him out.
React if, say, Russia had bases on the Mexican border and was aiding Mexican armed forces to strike oil refineries and towns and nuclear power plants in
Yeah, I'm sure we wouldn't like that. Good thing we're not Russia.
Texas. If Russia gets desperate, they will use nuclear weapons, and Vladimir Putin has made this clear. That's the game that
Vladimir Putin has threatened the use of nuclear weapons so consistently that I just genuinely don't care anymore. He's not going to use one. If he does, it'll be a small tactical nuke, and then that'll be the remaining friends that he does have gone after that as well. China's not going to continue any form of a diplomatic relationship once the global discourse of, oh my god, a nuclear weapon was used, like, in combat for the first time since World War II, people are not going to be happy about it in general. Any use of a nuclear weapon by Putin, especially, one that is seen by the broad public of like the international community, and not just like the governments of the international community. Yeah, it won't be very bad at all. But regardless of the how the governments feel, it's the general citizenry of the world will be in shock and in disgust, kind of similar to the way, even though most countries are at the very least, if not supporting Israel, are being complicit in the genocide, while the vast majority of their citizens are disgusted at it. It would be to that level, except I don't really think there'd be that dissidence, or dissonance rather. And then on top of that, I'm almost positive that if Vladimir Putin hit the big red nuclear button on his desk, half of the nukes that they have wouldn't get off the ground because they got their fuel siphoned out during the I don't know, the Soviet days, or even recently, because I don't know, the guy in charge of maintaining that wanted to eat that night, or I don't know, buy an extra bottle of vodka. Who gives a shit? Look, we know for a fact that Soviet weapons are garbage. One nuke is horrible. It would actually be horrible, except it wouldn't be beneficial to him to use it. Honestly, at this point, I really wanted to think about this a little bit more before I said it. I've had this on my mind. I didn't want to really go into the Russia-Ukraine stuff with this long-range missiles. But honestly, fuck it. Let's do it. I genuinely do not think that we should care. Putin has been horrible in so many ways, yet he could not do anything given if the US government just decided secretly, this doesn't leak out, the Biden administration and the generals decided, you know what? We're going to conquer Russia. We're just gonna enter Russia. We're gonna take it and we're gonna make it an American colony. It's the 51st state. We could do that faster than they could launch their nukes. We have technology that the world is not aware of. We can do. We toppled Iraq in what, 3 days? And that was us 10% even of the gas from the other side of the world, with just like our, I don't know, our Air Force. Before we even sent troops in, they were already fucked. And they were a real country. Iraq was a real country at the time. They had just finished a war with Iran. That was like not even 3% of our power, okay? If we really wanted to, we could just take Russia. We could take them out. It wouldn't. The problem that is a problem, and I don't think. No, that's not why this war is happening. That it's because Putin thinks that we're gonna do that. His delusion is going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Well, it's not going to be. We're never gonna actually do this. Just to be clear, we would never do this, but I think we should. We should take his fucking delusion that caused this war and just, I don't know, put it into completion. The average Russian would be much better off being an American citizen. Just right off the bat. I don't care about Russian sovereignty. I don't. If they want to vote for independence, give them 20, 30, maybe 40 years to, like, I don't know, denazify them and the rest of us first, to be honest. And then, sure, they can have their independence back. We could just take it, though. That's the thing. Regardless of whether he thinks we're going to do it or not, personally, I think he's full of shit and he's lying about that. It's, yes, NATO encroachment. But the reason NATO keeps growing is because Russia keeps doing crazy shit and keeps scaring their neighbors into wanting to join NATO. There was Georgia, there was Crimea, before the actual invasion of Ukraine. Putin makes threats about, nuclear weapons all the time. Putin also cyber attacks many countries, or rather the Russian government does constantly, is engaging in cyber warfare, not only in general, and not only for military purposes, but is also interfering in the elections of many countries. Not just America, the UK, France, Australia, Canada just came out today. Fuck Putin. I don't care what they think. I mean, again, this is never going to happen. NATO was growing before Russia invaded its neighbors, sure. But the actual the countries that they've openly complained about were not the countries that were joining NATO before Russia started to be crazy, before Putin. Prior to, I mean, Ukraine's wanted to be part of NATO for a while, and we were just saying no, because that would have been seen as aggression if we just tried to let them in with no context, with nothing, happening, with no danger to them. If there wasn't dangerous rhetoric coming out of Russia, and their actions hadn't historically and continue to be dangerous, lying, and war hungry. Okay, Poland they're pissed about. Hungary and Czechia don't give a fuck. Those are fine. The Baltics, that was, look, depending on where we're talking about in the Baltics, it's either for their own safety, I mean, to keep them from killing each other, I would be totally in favor of expanding NATO there. But again, it's not my fault that Russia lost. It's not my fault that they lost the Cold War. It is America's fault that we engaged with Russia post the collapse of the Soviet Union in a way that incentivized militaristic and angry at the West behavior. Sure, we could have prevented that, but it has nothing to do with NATO there. That's just how we engaged with Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They can whinge all the fuck they want, but NATO growing was going to happen because they lost the Cold War. Sucks to suck, cope and deal with it. The fact that he keeps threatening a nuclear attack for us backing the country that they invaded, I don't care anymore. Just take him out. They make his fears come true. I advocate for it. We can do that without them actually getting a nuke off the ground. I'm sure we can. Not that we ever would. And again, not that any of this is going to happen, but I'm just so sick of this shit. He's a liar, he's a grifter, and he's one of the main architects of, they won't cope though, and they haven't been coping. No, of course not. But Vladimir Putin, the Russian government, the Russian intelligence apparatus, is one of the main architects of the right-wing Christian extremist, nationalist, Nazi rhetoric that has spread all around the world. The Russians are essentially just Nazis now. And part of that was because of after effects of World War II. But part of that is they kind of just are. They don't teach this shit to them the right way as kids. Like they're taught to be nationalist from a young age. That's seen as a good thing. It's holdovers from the Soviet era and whatnot as well. But honestly, fuck Putin, fuck Russia. Let's just end this shit already. The fact that we have now backed down from allowing Ukraine to use long-range missiles because Russia made a threat that would, if followed through, would yes, be absolutely horrible. But let's be honest here. Their first nuke that they launch isn't going to be into the center of Kyiv. It would be a show of force in an area that likely wasn't heavily populated. At the very least, maybe I'm naive. Maybe he is mega uber Hitler and would nuke Kyiv outright. But again, in either case, it would be horrible, but it would never benefit him personally. If we want 1991 borders, I would understand if Russia asked, no, I don't care. We're not moving back borders. No, they fucked up and they get to deal with the consequences. We get NATO borders the way they are now. We get Ukraine into them too. I don't care. It's their own fault, Captain. It really is. It's their behavior that has made it to the point where it will now stay this way. Maybe we could have gone back to 1991 borders. Maybe even after the war started, we still could have gone back there. But the way that Russia has engaged with the West since then, we're not cutting off all of their avenues in trade. NATO borders don't cut off their avenues in trade. We sanction them to cut off their avenues in trade because of their actions. NATO borders have nothing to do with Russia's ability to trade. No, Captain, it's the sanctions that are being enforced that are preventing them from being able to trade. And again, that's their own fault. The sanctions are for bad things that they're doing and continue to do. Yes, because Russia was engaging poorly. And it's not just America ended trade between Russia and Europe. A lot of Europe was in favor of that as well. It's their own fault. We put the sanctions on them for invading Georgia, for Crimea, for the actual Ukraine war. We used to have a somewhat workable relationship with Russia prior to Vladimir Putin and post the Cold War. The reason it's gone this way is because it's Russia's fault. Of course it's going to end badly, Captain. It's a war. This is going to end badly no matter how it looks. BRICS is literally functionally useless. Most of BRICS are American allies. The most influential countries in BRICS, aside from the big, China, Iran, Russia. India works with the US regularly. Brazil is a US ally. BRICS ain't shit. They're not going to slap us. They can't do anything to us. And yes, Europe would feel the brunt of anything that Russia could really do. Their full might of Russia would generally affect Europe. And regardless of this, again, this is going to end badly no matter how it ends. I mean, it's either going to be a forever war that never ends, which again is really ending badly, or it's going to end in a violent altercation. And yes, well, Africa is under China's nail because they own all of the cobalt mines there. But we're not talking about Africa right now. We're talking about Europe, and we're talking about the US, NATO, and Russia. The way that Russia is now treated, their inability to trade, NATO's borders, all of this is because of Russia's actions. I don't care if they expelled diplomats from the UK a couple days ago as well. They're whinging for shit that we're not even doing. They're still talking about this long-range missile stuff when both, the US has just flat out, Biden said no change. The UK said, yes, we support it, and then Starmer met with Biden, and then literally nothing came of it. We're not going to allow them because libs are weak and afraid. I don't know. I really think that, sure, it would be horrible if they launched a nuke, but and to where everything around where that lands would be horrible. People will die and suffer, but people are dying and suffering now, and it's not doing that will not make it better for Russia. It will not make them have an easier time winning. There is no winning the war now. There's two ways that Russia could deal with the war in Ukraine that don't involve just them surrendering and losing the war. There's two other options. One, they can try and end the world. And two, they can be defeated in the field. Those are the only options. They're either going to surrender, get defeated, or they're going to end the world. Now, I don't see them winning. I don't see them surrendering. And so we have to beat them in the field. They will not end the world. We can stop them from doing so. Again, done well enough and executed quickly enough, which we can just end this. Just cut off the head of the snake right where it is. And in the meantime, maybe get rid of all of the oligarchs and just, I don't know, maybe fix Russia up a little bit. if we're gonna make it a colony for a little while. Like it's kind of a joke when I'm saying the colony bit, and it's obviously we're not going to invade Russia, not unless they physically start a war with us. Then no, NATO's not going to invade Russia, and I don't even think we would need NATO to do it. America could just do it ourselves. Not that we would, because we do like to send other countries to do, most of the fighting for us. Uh, I don't know. I just don't engage with them from a defensive perspective. We are not on the defensive perspective. And every time they make a threat like this, we just jump onto the defensive perspective. Hey, Mr. Nick. It's going all right. We just started off, so you haven't missed much. Welcome to the stream, though. But you know what I mean, Captain? It's just engaging with Russia from a defensive perspective is not good for us or necessary. They are losing. They started it. They can cope. I mean, they won't cope, but that's their problem. It's not ours. Fuck him. And fuck this guy, because he's a grifter and has been spewing Russian propaganda for a while.
Biden and the
I honestly, I don't care about the rest of this. It's just, he doesn't, I'm not sure he believes a word that he says. He used to be on the other side of all of this. Fuck him. They may not lose their current, I don't know how strong their hold on the Donbass is. I haven't looked into it, but again, we could take it from them if it mattered. I fully advocate for us engaging offensively against Russia from this point forward in relation to the Ukraine war. I don't think we should start an active war with Russia. I don't think we should declare war on Russia, but I don't think we should use NATO troops against Russia, but we should absolutely be giving Ukraine the right to use long-range missiles. And if Russia wants to start a war with the US or NATO over it, saying that we started it, I don't care. I will win. They will lose. They will lose. Now, I saw this the other day, actually. I don't know how much I agree with it, but it did seem interesting, and I did just want to play this in reference to when we were talking about how the culture of Russians has developed post-World War II.
What?
And post-collapse of the Soviet Union.
Our schools do and our textbooks do is they give us a vision of history that allows us to make judgments about policy. In the case of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the textbooks that Russians are brought up on do not represent Ukraine as having an independent history. They do.
Now, this, I don't know for, if this is true or not. I can't confirm it. I have not seen a Russian textbook, but I will say that this is a, sorry, dropped something. This is one of their main talking points in relation to Ukraine, is this blood and soil that Ukraine was never Ukrainian, it was always Russian ideal, which is inherently fascist because, blood and soil. But the idea of them teaching children that Ukraine has always been a part of Russia and currently is draws a nice parallel to China and Taiwan, and makes it it gives me a different viewpoint of the conflict than I had before, because it really, it does come down to, for maybe not Putin, because again, I don't think he's that dumb. I don't think he believes this. I just think he wants everyone else to. The perspective of the average Russian, it would feel like they're taking back their land. That is false. That's untrue. And again, I think that contributes to his maintaining his popularity in Russia, but I don't think that he would be more popular than not if Russians had access to just general information about the war that wasn't filtered through the Russian state media lens.
Not represent the Ukrainian language as genuinely separate language, and they erase the history of genocide that Russia directed against Ukraine in the 1930s. Hello.
Explain what you mean by that. You mean like the we were here first thing? That's not the argument that I would make in favor of Palestine. Not Hamas. Fuck Hamas, by the way. But Palestinians, their claim for wanting their own state, the two-state solution, a free Palestine, is not based on we were here first. That's not the argument that they have. The argument that they have is we deserve to not get murdered. And also, if we are talking about, like, first of all, it's Israel using the blood and soil argument incorrectly, might I add. They're saying that they deserve the entire area of Israel, the Levant, all of Palestine, because historically this area was inhabited by Jews. But many of the Palestinians that are currently being bombed are descendants of those Jews, whereas most Israeli Jews are not descendant from those Jews. They come from Europe, specifically. A lot of them come from Ukraine, from Russia, from all over Europe. They're not actually related to those, I guess, ancient, or not ancient, but pre-Israeli Jews that lived there. They're not related to them. And so that argument is, first off the bat, just straight up incorrect. The argument that that Palestine should have the right for that land, if we even do look at it from that perspective, is they had their country. They lived there. They didn't leave. Their country didn't collapse. It was taken from them by colonial powers and divided up to make Israel. If you really wanted to go from that lens, Palestine has a greater right to that argument than literally any other, like, of these countries. I'm sure there's other countries in the world that, I mean, Pakistan could use that argument. The we belong here because we've always been here argument has always been the weakest one anyway. And so for Palestinians, I think mainly the argument is we deserve to not be murdered and have a place that we can live where we won't be kept in open air prison and discriminated against and regularly attacked. That's their argument. It's not we deserve this because we've lived here. They're not allowed to leave. How would you understand and apply critical race theory in relation to Hitler's racial theories? Like, first off, I'm not confident enough in how much I know about critical race theory to begin with, because usually I hear that word and I dismiss it as a talking point. I know the general base concept idea is not, what the right wing puts out. That let's actually pull it up and have a look, I guess. Why not? Critical race theory is... These examples and perspectives in this article deal primarily with the U.S. Sure. Is an academic field focused on the relationships between social concepts of race and ethnicity and social and political laws and media. CRT considers racism to be systemic in various laws and rules, not based only on individuals' prejudices. Well, just based on that description of it alone, I would say that Hitler was just kind of racist in general. Hitler's racial theories of Nazi eugenics was based in pseudoscience and nonsense generally. I mean, they used to what? They measured the skulls of people to see how intelligent they were. It is more commonly, yeah. I'm trying to think about like applying this to the Nazis, but no. I don't think it matters in that case to Hitler's racial theories, but how this can be used to resolve an ongoing Ukrainian-Russian conflict, again, we can't use this to resolve that. Like, this is never going to resolve the Ukraine war, but what it could do is, in a hypothetical world post-Ukraine war, this could be implemented into the Russian education system and, I don't know, teach Russian kids to see Ukrainians as people equal to themselves, as, you know, having their own culture, their ethnicity, being a big thing that I think would benefit the general Russian public would be more exposure to other cultures. Again, not many people immigrate to Russia. Not many have for a while. And the ones that do so specifically because they want to enter into Russian culture, not because they want to bring their culture there. There are obviously people that flee from, like, asylum seekers do enter Russia, and generally they have their own culture, but we don't even know what happens to them. I think last I saw, they were incentivizing, I don't know if it was migrants or asylum seekers in Russia to one or the other to go into Poland. Poland had to close their border because there were immigrants, refugees from Russia coming into Poland regularly, that allegedly were sent by the Russian government. But regardless of that case, whether it's true or not, it doesn't particularly matter. I think an increased amount of exposure to other cultures would absolutely benefit something like benefit in a way that would make it less likely for something like this to happen again. But during the war, this isn't going to do anything. You're not convincing the Russian people to change how they view the culture of the people they are actively fighting a war against right now. I mean, Russia's death toll has been pretty high. I imagine there's quite a lot of Russian families right now that are pretty angry at Ukraine because in their minds, Ukraine started the war, Ukraine's filled with Nazis, and Ukraine killed their son, their husband, their father. Meanwhile, they should be blaming Putin instead of Ukraine because, remember, I don't know if you guys saw, there was a prisoner swap between Ukraine and Russia recently, and the prisoners that were released to Russia just went right back to the front lines. You realize Democrats and major left-wing politicians around... No, that's not true. No one wants to start a war with Russia at all. Like, Gavlive, you're just mistaken here. But I don't know if you missed it earlier or not. I fully am in favor of just taking them out. We could start a war with Russia and win before they could do anything. The West fully? NATO entirely? Fuck yeah. The US alone could instantly just, it would be the press of a button and a little black hole that would just open up inside the middle of the Kremlin, suck the entire building in, and then shut. That's the kind of shit that we can do, okay? Fuck Putin. He can't do anything. Their threats of nuclear, like war, I'm just going to repeat myself, would not benefit them. If they launched even a single tactical nuke, it would not help them. It would push their friends away. Yes, of course, China's absolutely staying out of Ukraine, Russia. They don't want to touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. They haven't for a while. They'll sell Russia stuff, but no. Yeah, China's not going to interfere. Because Putin uses the term denazification to justify what he's doing, and in some senses, this is a reference to what... Well, yes, that's what I mean by they need more influence of other cultures, more of a, not just the influence of, but being able to see it themselves. How many of them think that Ukraine is full of Nazis just because Putin said so and because they don't know what Ukraine looks like? They don't know what Ukrainian culture is. They need further exposure. And Russia has not generally been pretty, even back in the Soviet days, they were not all that positive on multiculturalism. It was more just kind of conform. They have 6,000 nuclear warheads that like a half would not launch. Have you seen what happened in Ukraine? Are you kidding me? We used to be terrified of Russia. We used to think that they were the global like challenger to the United States instead of China. And they stalled, what, 5 miles out of their border trying to invade their neighbor? They would not be able to launch those nukes, you moron, you imbecile, you fool. Do you not think that if the US government wanted to, if we fully went invested into it, that we could just remove the ability for them to do that? Do you not think that we could enact our plan quick enough that they wouldn't have time to respond? We absolutely could. We absolutely could. And again, this is not going to happen. Nobody is trying to start a war with Ukraine, with Russia from the NATO perspective. None of the actual Democrats are arguing. They're all capitulating to Putin's like threats. We're backing down from allowing Ukraine from using long-range weapons because Joe Biden is a pussy. Okay? They might have submarines everywhere. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. We could get rid of their capacity to launch their nukes. They need orders to do that. The Russian submarines aren't just going to press the button themselves. Someone needs to tell them to do that. We could get rid of those people so incredibly quickly. It could be done like this. We are America. Do you not think that we've planned how to do this out for decades? Do you not think that there's been plans of this going back to Reagan era? The start of the Cold War, we started to make these plans. I'm sure we started making plans for this during... No, I'm not saying that. You need to listen to what I am saying. This is never going to happen. And I said that this would be my... I advocate for this only because I don't believe that it would ever actually lead to the nukes being launched. And again, we could stop them. Had they even... What do you want us to do? Just capitulate every time that they make a threat? If they launch one nuke into Ukraine, which they say they will if we allow Ukraine to use long-range weapons, just hear me out for a second. If they launch one tactical nuke, yes, this is horrible. This would cause people to suffer. It would be bad for Ukraine. It would probably be bad for Europe. One nuke landed in Ukraine. This would be the end of Russia. It would not benefit them. It would literally be the end of Russia. It would create an atmosphere in the world of panic that every other country would immediately want to seize the nuclear weapons that Russia does have. It would create tension between their own allies to the point where they won't have any. I don't believe that China would continue to support Russia if they launched a nuclear weapon. The last time Putin started making nuclear threats, China, Xi Jinping himself told him to cut it out. Made it like, you guys need to stop cowering in your boots. We should be taking an offensive stance against Russia. Stop being defensive. Stop capitulating. That they're just gonna continue. We're not gonna let them take Ukraine, obviously. We don't want them to. If we did, we would have let that happen 3 years ago. Now, the right wing just wants to let Russia do whatever the fuck it wants. Donald Trump would not even say that Ukraine is important to the United States as a national, interest during his last debate. The right has fully bowed their head to Russia, and the left is going to continue to fund Ukraine but we'll be very wishy-washy on how to do that, and every time Russia makes a threat, we'll take a step back. Fuck both of them. Let's just take Russia. Again, we could make them a colony before they even realized what was happening. I'm not afraid of them. And they're not going to end the world. They're just not. It would create even more tension if, in the world, if they use a nuke. I'm pretty sure about, yeah. No, look, if they use a nuclear weapon, I promise you, and that's the end of Russia. Or at least as we know it, that's the end of Russia. They're not surviving that. Putin's not surviving that. People are... They're already starving with the amount of sanctions that we've put on them for a very long time. We can't do sanctions. We can't do any more because we've already sanctioned them completely. We're not starting a military conflict with them. We're not instigating this. Again, but they keep saying that we are. They will keep claiming that everything we do is instigation because they know that they are the instigators. It's like you're sitting in a room, like you're sitting on the bus and you farted and people are looking around sniffing and you just point to somebody and say no, it was them. That's what they're doing. They have started literally everything. Every sanction that's been put on them, as Captain was saying earlier, their complaints of NATO's border growth, all of this is their own fault. I don't care. Fuck them. And that's about it. All right, let's turn to a different subject. I really did not want to talk about Ukraine and NATO. Well, the first mistake that NATO made was being NATO. When we won World War II, we drew a line down the side of the half the world and said, okay, this is the good half, and that's the other half. That's the communists. We could have engaged with the Soviet Union in a much different way post World War II. Obviously, I have said, and I will continue to say, the way that Russia is currently, the belief system that the average Russian has, and the way that the Russian government operates is because of how we engaged with them as the West after the end of the war and after the end of the Cold War. That is our fault. But that's what happened, you know? And then what they have done after is still on them. The world has always been fucked, and we've all of our countries have made massive mistakes, but that doesn't mean that we get to do anything we want, you know? Black people were enslaved in America. Do they get to just go shoot, or do they get to just walk up and enslave white people? Contrary to what Republicans might think, no, they don't get to do that. Just because you were wronged doesn't mean you get a free pass. And sure, I guess, maybe. Look, I don't know enough about that particular topic, Captain. I don't really want to look into it right now, but it really comes down to they're never going to say that anything that happens is their fault. They're never going to admit it. They're always going to say, oh no, look at NATO, look at America, look at the West trying to start a war, trying to force our hand into using nuclear weapons. How is this any different than North Korea and their rhetoric? Fascists are fascists everywhere. And Vladimir Putin is a fascist. He behaves just like the rest of them. All right, now we're going to change topics a little bit and talk about the Boeing strike.
More than 30,000 Boeing workers are now on strike after the union rejected the latest contract proposal. Phil LeBeau joins us right now from Everett, Washington. And Phil, we knew...
Sorry, guys, I really did... I am not in the mindset to go all that deep into Russia, Ukraine. No, it's not, Gav Live, because NATO military expansion has it is authoritarian. It's not fascist. There are differences. Words have meanings. And Russia's complaint of NATO expansion is their own fault. It's just their own fault. Now, military expansion within NATO, placement of weapons and troops, that is also Russia's fault. We put them there to protect Europe from Russia, from Russian aggression, because Russia's the aggressive one. Europe is not being aggressive. We've never held an aggressive position against Russia, not in my lifetime, as much as they love to claim so. It's their own making. And like even Captain said, the entire basis of the war from Putin's perspective is that NATO is expanding so that we can invade Russia. This is going, like, it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. If I was in charge, it would be. We can be both. Corporate hegemony does not rule out like having any form of democracy. We are a corporate hegemony. We're owned. I mean, also, so is the EU, and so is Russia, and so is China. The entire world is corporate hegemony. You say that like it's specific to the West. Corporations own all of us, mate. They are the enemy of all. It's basic class 101 here. The rich hate us. You and me, we don't belong. We don't fit into the bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie are in charge. The EU is spearheaded by the most Russophobic people in Europe. Sure, they're Russophobic because of the past 15 years of experience with Russia. Now, we've had Russophobia in the past, but that was related to communism. It was Red Scare shit. If they were just plain, old school anti-commie, anti-Russians, then fuck them. That's weak and cringe. But being Russophobic now in Europe with the amount of fear the average European has over Russia, I understand it. Now, I don't like phobic anything. Like I don't want bigoted leaders of any bloc or country, or they're Baltic anti-Russians, of course. That makes sense. I'm not in favor of them being that way, but I can understand them being that way. Do I necessarily think they should be in charge? No, I don't. But I don't live in Europe. EU, USA, Canada, and Australia, you saying Gav Live, as if are the only countries that are owned by corporations functionally? Are you kidding me? The proletariat is global, my friend. Why did the Ukraine Peace Summit was never going to succeed? Because Russia doesn't want it to. Russia will not sue for peace or surrender. Sorry, what did you mean by that, Gav Live? The EU, USA, Canada, and Australia thing, before we actually change topics? Because clearly you guys are really interested in this, so I guess we're not moving on. That's fine. I do have some other Russia-related links that I can pull up instead. Never should have mentioned it. I wanted to sit with my thoughts a little bit more and see my position maybe change, but no, it's confirmed. This position is set in. It is not changing. Musk, Bezos, those are just like the names that you know. The same corporate hegemony mass. China's not run by their own. They have a market economy too, dumbass. They're just as influenced by corporations. They might have their own corporations, but they're still corporations. Business runs the world. We live in a capitalist society, unfortunately. As much as China might like to call themselves the Chinese Communist Party, they have a market economy. They are capitalists. That's the issue. It's capitalism. You guys are getting... Yeah, they have their own corporation, sure. But it doesn't matter. And their corporations do trade outside of China, and some U.S. corporations do trade with China. Now, yes, we have sanctions on some things, but no, we constantly trade with China. So our corporations do have an impact there. Much less so than their own corporations, and much less so do American corporations have power in China. Not very much, but it doesn't change the difference that the entire world is. Yeah, hey Jeff, survey this chat. God, first, I do want to say that I hate the fact that Twitch is owned by Jeff Bezos, Twitter is owned by Elon Musk, YouTube is owned by Google. These services, if they, whether social media should exist or not in the form that it does without any changes is up for debate. I lean no, but if it does, these should be nationalized. This should be a government funded or at least government subsidized service, not privately owned. I don't know. Give me some examples of what you'd like, world famous Kirk Lazar. I don't know. I don't necessarily think I need more roles. I'll deal with people doing things that I don't like, and if I think of one that happens, I would add one. But if you have any suggestions, feel free to share. I'd happily look into them, and if they seem to make sense, then I'll just add them. If they don't bother me, I don't really want to censor chat. Like, you guys can kind of say whatever you like as long as it's not aimed. You don't abuse anybody, and don't be outwardly horrible. Don't make, racist jokes for fun. If we're talking about the subject and you're saying things that I don't agree with that may fall into that rule, like I'll tell you about it. It's not a important enough for me to make it so ban or something like that. I believe in free speech, even shitty speech. Now, if someone did come in here and start saying really shitty, I'll do what I just did with that guy coming, the bot who was trying to sell me followers. Just do that. How do you look, nationalizing media companies in general, but specifically nationalizing something like Twitch or Twitter or YouTube would be a massive endeavor, but we would better, nationalizing an industry would instantly lead to better conditions of workers anyway, because now it doesn't run for profit, it runs as a service, and so there's investment to put in to make the service as best as it can be. Like any extra funds that come in, if suddenly the service starts making more money than it did before, that's not going into the CEO's pocket because it's a national industry. It's being invested back into the industry. I almost banned you, Captain. Just so you know. Are you back to Ukraine, Gav Live? We've said no. We're not letting them use long-range weapons. And, they've been using drones and shit anyway. I still think we should. Nice trolling. You literally almost copped the ban. I don't know how to do that. That's just an idea. I know it could be done. I know it would be better if we did. I don't know how to properly implement it. Send me a link, Gav Live, please. I want to see that. I don't know how we would implement it, but I do think, and then there's also the aspect of if the government owns Twitch, and I'm on here talking about the UK is not doing shit without American green light. Starmer met with Biden yesterday and said nothing afterward, and Biden had said prior to that no change in policy. The UK is ours. They don't move without us. Neither does Canada. And speaking of Canada, Russia just got accused of trying to interfere with their elections too. Too many different topics at once. Okay, I'm really interested in the nationalization of media for a second. I do want to make a point here, is that there are risks involved too. Miss Anek, if I was on here and saying stuff about Israel, calling the genocide of Palestinians a genocide. Can Israel come to the U.S. government and say, hey, like, we don't like what's going on Twitch? And they maybe put some pressure on it. That could be a risk. There would need to be safeties when nationalizing a media industry. But I do think that this should be done. I think mainstream TV media like CNN and all of them, they need to be nationalized as well. I think there's just a degree of separation of control. I think who runs the company, or the direction of the company, and the person who's in charge of liaising with the government would have to be someone that's, I guess, elected through some form of a system that the internal company and those who and work there have formed. It would have to be separate to government, but still connect through a liaison. Israeli has massive controls on U.S. politics. Well, it's not necessarily even Israel. It's American right-wing Christians masquerading as pro-Israel for the most part. I mean, we talk a lot about AIPAC being a big funder or rather a big spender when it comes to opposing those that are anti-Zionist or pro-Palestinian in U.S. politics. AIPAC stands for the American Israeli Political Action Committee. However, AIPAC isn't a pro-Israel PAC. That's not why they exist. That's not even most of what they do. AIPAC is a massive PAC that's an amalgamation of several different right-wing extremist, groups and ideologies, and also not extremist, but just right-wing. Most of their money comes from evangelical Christians. There's a stat that there was a couple, the right wing have no control, all got Alex Jones. You're right, but it's actually kind of worse than that. There's a large chunk of evangelical Christians in America, which, by the way, make up, I think it's like 36% of the U.S. is evangelical Christian. A lot of them fully believe that the Israeli-Palestinian war is going to result in some biblical thing happening that has the rapture come and Jesus will come down from the sky. Like, they fully support Israel because they think that it will lead to the return of Jesus. I'm not joking. I could find the article if you guys really want me to, in the tweets and all of that, but I'm not necessarily sure it's worth it. Oh, okay. The FBI now says that the attempted shooting at the Florida Golf Club was an attempted assassination. So that's two now that he has survived. Interesting. I'm just having a look because this seems. I want to know what they have, what new information is there. But yeah, so you know what I mean? Media controls are somewhat required in that, like, controls from using the media against the general public. The media should serve the media. The right is divided on Israel because half the right is Nazis that don't like Israel because they're Jews, and half of those Nazis actually kind of like Israel even though they're Jews because they're an ethno-state, and they like to kill brown people, and then the other, like, half of the right is just brain dead and hates the right because they think that Jews control the world and that Israel is puppeteering the U.S. government. Being like on the right wing right now, especially being a Trump supporter, is a good indication of someone's lack of intelligence. Not that they weren't before, might I add. I genuinely think that people got dumber as they got deeper into the MAGA cult. And honestly, I could probably substantiate that, especially with QAnon involved in it. Even though most right-wingers I'm not even saying MAGA here. Most conservatives will never admit to being part of QAnon. All of them were. I guarantee it. Every single person that votes for Trump was looking at QAnon shit. They might not have been fully in the Q mindset, but they were all getting information that they thought was true. They were all using slogans that came from QAnon, whether they specifically engaged with the QAnon posts themselves or not. A lot of what they believe has been influenced by QAnon. And I promise you, give me like 3 days of time, and I could sit there and come up with a way to explain why that QAnon literally makes you dumber. And I know this because I used to date a QAnon person, and it was awful. I mean, I used to make fun of them all the time, but I watched this person's intelligence dwindle. I watched someone that used to be rational no longer believe in rationality. And this is not like this is not an outside case, you know. This is pretty common. A lot of Americans can understand and empathize with that. I mean, look at even Tim Walz's brother. Hold on, I'm still looking to see what news we have on this second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Was local sheriff's office said a man was taken into custody, relatively calm when detained. They haven't named him. It's confirmed that it was an AK-47, or at least a style rifle, a GoPro, and a backpack where the suspect was positioned. So, you know, this guy was gonna try and shoot Trump while he was golfing and film it. Well, I assume guy, because usually it's men that do these types of things, but this is worrying. I don't know. I anytime something like this happens, I mean, this doesn't happen often, but I remember during the first Trump assassination attempt, there was a lot of fear before we knew who it was, of like, oh, please don't let it be a Democrat. Please don't let it be a Democrat. And yeah, of course, I just, please don't let it be a Democrat. I hope that we're not this dumb anymore. Because Donald Trump has been taking a nosedive right now in public opinion. This could change that if this was done by a Democrat. I can already see the posts on Twitter calling this an op. Not that I've opened or looked. I don't believe that, by the way. I don't. It's very conspiracy theory minded to instantly jump to this is an op. Every time something like this happens, and I said that the last time someone tried to take a shot at Trump, and I'll say it again. It's just because the timing is coincidental and it might benefit him doesn't mean it's an op. Right, we were going to talk about the Boeing strike. Now, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about with we're all owned by corporations. And corporations exist for one singular purpose. They exist to make profit. Everything else comes secondary as long as they are making profit. Now, Boeing is a corporation that used to be known for quality. They used to be known for the best planes. Hold on, my hair's bothering me. I just gotta fix it. It's not supposed to sit like that. I mean, direct action. Go organize. You can do something. Boeing was a company that used to be known for quality, and now they work contracted with the U.S. government. And they've gotten lazy and complacent, and we've seen their quality has very clearly declined, and their stock value has dropped to match that. And so they haven't been having a very good year. And it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better now with 30,000 union workers on strike for, well, obviously for higher wages, but more than that as well. And first of all, support your local unions. Unionize if you're not already in a union. And these people are based. But let's have a look at what's actually going on.
That a strike was a possibility, but I think it is a little shocking to see just the percentage of the strikers who voted against that package.
Why is this bot still in my chat log? I banned him, but it's still showing up. How do I purge that singular message from the chat? Anyone know?
Becky, when I came out here 2 days ago, almost immediately when I started talking with machinists about the upcoming vote, it was very clear. It was going down. When we were with the members yesterday as they were waiting in line, I didn't come across a single one who said, yeah, I think I can go for this. It was very clear.
Yeah. So, union workers, 94% of them rejected the contract offer. That's an incredibly high number. Again, this is why unions are important, because organizing 33,000 workers, getting 94.5% of them to agree on a position and make that clear, to reject the contract offer, can only be done by something like that. I mean, that is what a union is. It's a organized group of labor, and organized labor in general has been on the decline since the 80s. The right wing attacks it regularly, hates this shit, because the right wing is generally more corporate leaning, and they like rich people, and rich people don't like to pay workers. This deal includes a 25% raise over 4 years. I'm not sure at the moment if that's what they declined or if that's what they're asking for. I feel like that's what they would be asking for. And this is the first strike since 2000.
Of the machinists rejected the contract. They voted no. 96% said that they are going to go on strike. They approved going on strike. At the heart of the contract that was rejected, a 25% raise over 4 years. That's not enough, according to these workers. So 33,000 are walking.
So they were offered 25% raise over 4 years, and that's what they rejected. Jeez, okay.
Off the job. It is the first strike since 2008 here at Boeing. And for the workers, this is not just about rejecting the current contract, but trying to make up for previous contracts that they feel were unfair.
And that makes sense. And that's what I would assume. I've looked the article up so we can read through it in a second, but let's see what they have to say. Sorry, just wanted to see if refreshing chat got rid of the chatter that I banned. That's annoying. That usually works. I don't know why he's still there.
Contract was garbage. That wage increase was not applicable to what the inflation and everything's been, right? We build airplanes. People trust us with their lives.
I've been here for 27 years.
Much less so. I mean, look,
pension.
you could even see him smiling when he said people trust us with their lives.
I've been here for 27 years.
We build airplanes. People trust us with their lives.
I've been here.
There was that little second of realization there. I mean, he is right, and they do deserve well-paying jobs. I mean, they deserve. Everyone deserves enough money to live comfortably, just off the bat. But they do deserve a pay raise. I imagine that part of the quality drop in what Boeing manufactures is also partially. Actually, no. We know this. We know for a fact that it's related to how management treat the actual workers, the manufacturers, the laborers. There was, I think he was an architect or an engineer for the 7 737 Max or it was at 737 or like at the 767 maybe, testified that he would find bolts that were like missing, or that pieces of metal weren't properly lined up together. He witnessed coworkers like jumping up and down on metal plates to get them to sit right because management didn't want to pay for the correct way to do things, allegedly. It's totally unsurprising that past contracts were very underwhelming, to the point where the union now hasn't gone on strike in, almost since 2008. They haven't gone on strike, and they definitely deserve more than 20. I mean, just inflation rate and cost of living has absolutely gone up more than a 25% increase to whatever you were making in 2008 would apply for. I don't know. I don't know how much these mechanists make, but it's definitely not enough. They're striking, therefore it's not enough. I believe them because they're a union. They're a labor union, and Boeing is a corrupt company.
27 years and had our pension taken, had everything taken away from us. We had stagnant wages the last 12 years.
We saw it with the writers striking in Hollywood. We saw it with the actors too, but we also saw it with the writers first, where people just assume these people are making bank, and we're like, oh, fuck them. Why are they striking? They're in Hollywood. Meanwhile, these people were working in horrendous conditions and not making anywhere near enough money to be even relatively stable. Most Americans are one big expense, like one emergency expense away from not being able to pay their rent. The average American? Kinda, yeah. If your car just stops working, can you afford to just fix it on that day? Could you drop $3,000 for a medical emergency? Like a trip to the emergency room? Everyone deserves more pay. We all deserve significantly more pay than we're getting. The federal minimum wage is still $7.25 per buck.
And we're trying to get what we lost in the back.
One of the biggest problems is I feel the pension is gone. I've been here for 18 years, and I got 10 years of pension. And yes, I understand if the pension is gone, they need to give us something to be able to support our families.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's have a look at what...
With less than 3 months left and President...
Hush, we're not there yet. Why does everything autoplay now? Oh, it's because I have YouTube autoplay turned on. That would be why, wouldn't it? All right. Well, let's have a look at this one. Oh, yes. This is them actually announcing that they've rejected the offer. I love the high energy.
All right, so tonight our members voted across Puget Sound, Portland, Moses Lake, Victorville, Edwards Air Force Base, and other remote locations. This is about respect. This is about addressing the past, and this is about fighting for our future. Our members rejected the contract by 94.6%.
Again, I love the energy. And yes, he is right. This is partially about respect. I mean, workers deserve to be respected and being paid a wage that is enough to be enough to feed your family, enough to not be worried for the future is kind of respect. That is a necessary component of a employee-employer relationship. Slightly off topic just for a second, because this is breaking news that just happened. A pasta factory in Turkey exploded. 20, well, according to AP, which was up on my phone, 21 people died. These 20 victims reported. It's actually 21 apparently. Looks pretty bad. How do you get a pasta factory to explode? I don't know. I don't know how you can... What's explosive? I mean, I suppose machine equipment can be explosive, but you know, you wouldn't think that a pasta factory, you know? Damn, looks pretty bad. Emergency services from the city center, district surrounding areas quickly dispatched to the scene. Justice Minister Yilmaz Tunç announced that the Hendek Chief Public Prosecutor's Office had launched an investigation to determine the cause and responsibility for the explosion. In social media statement, he said, quote, "I wish a speedy recovery to the citizens injured in the explosion at a factory in Hendek, Sakarya, and hope that there will be no loss of life." Well, there was 20. I'd be really curious to see what this investigation pulls up. Yeah, injured 21 people, including 2 in serious condition. The wording on these articles is always really touchy when it's breaking news. So sorry about that. One worker trapped in a silo was rescued by firefighters and all that. Damn, I am curious what would make a pasta factory explode. So I hope they find out. I want more info on these earlier agreements that were like in 2008 when they struck. I want to see what they got out of that. I think I'll have to make this into a second segment, but as long as the strike lasts, it will deprive Boeing of much needed cash that it gets from delivering new planes to airlines. That was the bigger point here, is because they're already not doing well economically. So, 33,000 workers striking is not a small thing. Another challenge for the new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, who 6 weeks ago was given the job for... Wow, they lost $25 billion in the last 6 years. She was given the job to turn the company around. Good luck to her. She made a last-ditch deal effort to salvage the deal that had unanimous backing from the union's negotiators. Wait, is Kelly... Sorry, again, I thought Kelly Ortberg was a chick. I know men can be named Kelly, but I still don't think of it immediately. Let me just double check. Yeah, no, it's dude. So, Ortberg made a last-ditch effort to salvage a deal that had a unanimous backing from the union's negotiators. He told Mechanist on Wednesday that no one wins in a walkout, and the strike would put Boeing's recovery in jeopardy and raise more doubts about the company in the eyes of airline customers. Yes, and I think that's entirely justified. Boeing has been doing bad things, and therefore people are seeing this poorly. Like, what is your complaint here? Of course, people are going to see Boeing in a negative light when we keep getting news of doors flying out and planes falling. What's up, Captain? It's fucked up. So, based unions. All I really wanted to say, I'll look more into this later, but there was a little stat right all the way at the bottom here that I just wanted to read out to you guys. A strike that long would cost Boeing up to $3.5 billion in cash flow because the company gets about 60% of its sale price when it delivers a plane. And considering that with, where can we see? You know what? Might just be easier to do it this way. Did you want to say something, Captain? If we look at the last year of Boeing stock, not great. Look at the last 5 years, they're doing all right. Better than I thought. Way back, that would be 2020. Yeah, so during the pandemic, they weren't doing all that well. I mean, they're nearly down to pandemic levels. Just now. Yeah, This is what happens when corporations get greedy and they make inferior products to quicken the pace in which they can create to sell more. Products become shit, people buy them less. This is just how capitalism, this is end stage capitalism. This is why you need government regulation of industry. This wouldn't, their quality drop would not have occurred had there been regulation and oversight to prevent that. Thank you. And regulation and oversight to prevent, the quality drop wouldn't have affected the workers and their payment, but that's its own thing. This strike on its own, still good, still pro the strike, but it wouldn't be nearly as influential if there hadn't been so much negative news on Boeing lately. I mean, this isn't the level of the United Auto Workers strike, but it is very big. It is important and will have an impact. Okay, I need to use the toilet and pee. When we come back, I want to talk about the judicial system in America a little bit. Mainly, we have polls regarding the Supreme Court that have come out, and what the average American thinks regarding that. I did want to look into those a little, not too deeply, but they're quite interesting, actually. And then some other news regarding the courts. We got a lot to run through today, and a lot of it's going to be graphs and charts, which is my favorite. So just give me a second, and I won't be long. Return. Sorry, I brewed myself another cup of tea in the meantime. Man, I'm so mad that this neon heart that I bought, the colors don't show up properly on stream. I sat there with the camera settings and tried to change the lighting in a way that would show it better, but it just wasn't happening. I guess it is going to stay that way. I don't know. So let's get to the courts.
With less than 3 months left in President Joe Biden's term, it's unlikely that he will achieve any.
The sound well, right? It's not too quiet because it's pretty quiet for
With
me.
less than.
I can increase the volume a little if you want. You know, I might just anyway. Let's see if that's any better. At least for me.
3 months left in President Joe Biden's term, it's unlikely that he will achieve any kind of meaningful Supreme Court reform. But a recent poll released by Emerson.
No, it was always orange. I didn't change anything. Maybe it was looking a little red with the lighting before, because I started stream right as the sun was coming up, and now the sun is directly coming into the window in front of the camera. The blinds are shut, but it is still changing the lighting of the room a little bit. I need to get a better curtain for it. Regarding what she said, it's not an increasingly small chance of this ever happening. He's not going to do this. Joe Biden will not be able, and was never going to be able, to pass meaningful Supreme Court reform during his administration. Kamala Harris probably won't either. You can't just executive order this shit. It needs to go through Congress. And convincing Republicans to do anything is essentially impossible. I mean, the government might shut down because they don't want to work on a deal, like a stopgap for the debt ceiling. They don't want to discuss the budget. They just want to whinge about immigrants. That's the whole reason we're not even talking about the budget. It's why it's not being passed, is because they're trying to insert immigration legislation into it. And they do this every time. There's no way that this will be done under a Biden presidency. It's a very small chance that it'll be done under a Harris presidency. We would have to win the House and the Senate and still convince Republicans, at least some of them, I'm sure, to get on board with it, because of course we also have our corporate Dems, which will lean in favor of not adding Supreme Court term limits, as the Supreme Court's corrupt for a reason. It's the rich people, and those are the same rich people that are corrupting both the Democrats and the Republicans. It's money and politics is the issue, the greater issue. And the Supreme Court is the one that began this era of corporations and billionaires being able to buy political power, being able to influence both parties' politics and their policies. It's the same people. So not much of a difference. This is very, very difficult. I'm fully in favor of it, but and I want it to happen. In fact, it's necessary, and it's incredibly risky for us as the Democrats that this hasn't happened yet. Again, I've talked about this, in that people are afraid for a second insurrection, a second January 6th, in case Trump loses. I'm much more afraid of, last time when he lost, he launched about 60 lawsuits claiming that he actually won and that the vote count was rigged, or people that weren't voting, like weren't supposed to vote, were voting, et cetera, et cetera. And all of these were proven in court to be fake. But it takes not very many judges to say, I don't know. Or, all of the original ones can say no. He'll appeal them. It goes up to a higher court. This case cannot make it to the Supreme Court, because I don't believe that if Kamala Harris wins the election, and it will be close, no matter what, it's going to be pretty close this time around, unfortunately, somehow. And it was contested by Donald Trump, even if it was incredibly obvious that Kamala Harris did win, and it made its way up to the Supreme Court. I don't have faith that they wouldn't overturn the election. I have faith in some of these justices, but I mean, all it takes is 4-6. That's all it takes. And that's how they got rid of Roe. That's how they got rid of Chevron. They have, I mean, getting rid of Chevron was directly like a Project 2025 prerequisite. They needed to do that. The Supreme Court definitely needs regulation at the very least, reform in general broadly, and they are a massive liability. In fact, there's such a liability that like even judges in the rest of the country know it. Donald Trump tried to get, I think it was the hush money case, the one where he was convicted of 34 felony counts for falsifying business records. He wanted it because he appealed that, and he requested that his appeal be moved from state court to federal court, and the appeals judge denied that on the basis of there isn't enough evidence for me to send this to federal court. The reason that he tried to send that to federal court is so that he could court and have his convictions overturned. He was hoping to maybe do that prior to the election, I guess. He can't pardon himself because it's not a federal, it's not a federal case. That was a civil case. And so he's stuck with those unless the Supreme Court was to, do away with his conviction. Judicial reform is absolutely essential in the US, and I don't know how we can do it aside from we need to win the presidency, the House, and the Senate, and it's still going to take people lobbying for this. I mean, the people, us, we need to push for it. We need to pressure the Harris administration in this case to make it happen if it's a viable path to take, I guess. I don't know. I hope so. I have hope, I don't know how it's going to look after this second assassination attempt, but Trump has not been doing great lately, and we're going to see quite a lot of that.
Emerson College underscores just how unpopular the court is and why reform may not be a fleeting dream. Consider the following numbers. Only 34% give the court a positive approval rating. 60% believe that there should be an age
rating than of Donald Trump at, I think, his lowest approval rating. Hold on. Trump's lowest recorded approval rating was 34%.
Give the court a positive.
The Supreme Court is about as popular as Donald Trump was at his least popular
approval rating. 60% believe that there should be an age limit to serve on the Supreme Court, while 58% support introducing term limits. And 71% believe that Supreme Court justices should be held to the same ethical standards as all other federal judges.
I agree with each one of these. Once we're done with the video, I have an actual article that I want to look through, and we'll get to each of these points, and I'll explain them in a little bit for those that are outside of the U.S. to get a deeper understanding of it. But it's so fun.
Nevertheless, and despite these overwhelming numbers, the United States Supreme Court currently maintains lifetime appointments with no enforceable ethics code. Joining us now is Tom.
These wizards in robes can do literally anything they want, and they are not. I mean, it would take a massive public crime to get any of them in trouble. They're the highest court in the land. They're not accountable to anybody. If they commit a crime, who is going to prosecute them? They're the Supreme Court. And we've seen this because Clarence Thomas has committed several crimes openly. And they're not even crimes for him. As a justice of the Supreme Court, he has sat in cases in which he had a conflict of interest, where there were people petitioning the court that he was friends with, that he considers friends, at least what he stated publicly, that he's gone on vacations with, that he's been given gifts from, and did not recuse himself and ruled in favor of said party. This would be illegal for any other, judge to do. It would be. It's, again, just like everything else. every accusation from the right wing is a confession. They love to whinge about the corrupt justice system, and Donald Trump specifically loves to call judges that he doesn't agree with as corrupt, as liars, as working with the Democrats and the deep state and all of these other things. However, when the Supreme Court does it, like Clarence Thomas, not a peep, because it's not about reality for these people. It's, in fact, the opposite. They will take what they are doing and claim that others do so. It's the same when they scream and yell about protecting children when they're harming children in every possible way.
Lifetime appointments with no enforceable ethics code. Joining us now is Tom Rogers, a current editor-at-large at Newsweek and the founder of CNBC.
Cool. Don't need to hear your input on this because we have my input on this. Now, so this is just the Washington Post article. Here are the actual polls. Is there anything in here specific? No, I think the video covers most of the highlights. So, yes, just to start off again, 2/3 of Americans can, oh wow, hold on, this is actually not related to that. The 2024 edition of the Annenberg Constitution Day Civics Survey, released annually to celebrate Constitution Day on September 17th, found that nearly 2/3 of Americans, 65%, can name all three branches of government. This is ridiculous. It's the executive, the judicial, and the legislative branches. These are like basic. This is the starting point basic concept, and not even 3/4. That's incredibly disappointing, and unsurprising considering I've said this even just today, that there is a large push to get people interested in politics, but disinterested in any form of academics, education, statistics, science, reality. Just there is no interest in analyzing something any deeper than the surface. The difference between ADR and litigation. What do you mean by ADR? Alternative dispute resolution. Agreed two parties by a dispute in which, so an ADR, which I didn't know this word, the term alternative dispute resolution means any procedure any procedure agreed to by the parties of a dispute in which they use the services of a neutral party to assist them in reaching agreement and avoiding litigation. Yeah, so the difference would be litigation happens through court, through the judicial system with, I assume in this case it would be a judge, depending on what it is. Yeah, but no, because if it was a jury, they would have to be a crime. So it would, instead of having a civil court case, this is what the alternative is. The ADR is the step that you can take to avoid taking this to civil court. So, asked what rights are guaranteed by the First Amendment, nearly 3/4 of respondents, 74%, can name the freedom of speech, which is nice. 1/3 of Americans did not manage that, interestingly enough. Let's just come down to the poll here. So the three branches, 65% can name all three branches of government, 13% can name two, 8% can name only one, 15% cannot name any, remains unchanged from last year. Why can 15% of Americans not name any branch of government? It's pathetic. Really? Like, I know the joke is our education system is bad and we're making it actively worse. And like I said, there is a very anti-information, an anti-intellectual aura to half of the United States, I guess. and has been since, I mean, even before COVID times. It's just been getting worse and worse and worse, and the pandemic put it into overdrive. Is how? This is how? I mean, unchanged from last year, too, which I suppose is good. It didn't get worse, but it's an election year. You'd think a little bit more people, like a couple more people, would think of the executive branch, for example. Regarding the First Amendment, survey respondents were asked if they could name specific rights. 3/4 say the freedom of speech. Under 4 in 10 manage freedom of religion. Less than a third say freedom of the press. Over 1/4 just say the right to assembly, and about 11% will state the right to petition the government. These are consistent with the 2023 survey. And a couple people who think that the First Amendment gives you the right to bear arms. 22% of respondents thought the First Amendment. This is so sad. You should, like, I know if you're not an American, this may not be all that interesting. But I'm going to tie this into something. But you, regardless of where you live, you should understand the basic concepts of how your government functions. You should know your rights at the very least. They don't want you to. They don't want you to know your rights. They don't want you to think about this stuff. They want you to just yell and scream about whatever they tell you to yell and scream about and never think about this stuff. Yeah, okay, so broad public support for reforms. Here's where we're getting to. 68% fully support prohibiting participation in conflicts of interest, like like the example I gave with Justice Thomas. Interesting that this many people don't. I mean, 14, 11. The 14% I think is still yes. So 82%. Yeah, so 82% support prohibiting justices in cases in which they have personal financial interest. That remaining 18% is it's not interesting, more concerning. This last maybe sliver of 3% here is probably the actual people that are being affected by it, whereas the 11 and the 3, the 14% in the gray after the blue, are likely just people who don't have any idea what this means. In any law, in any country, in any case, it's generally illegal to, I don't know, be a judge in a case in which you have a conflict of interest. You don't get assigned these. It's not illegal, but I mean, sometimes it is. You don't get assigned these cases. A conflict of interest is usually taken into account. Hence why we vet jurors like this, so that people can't claim corruption. It's, I don't know. 77% support creating a formal ethics code. 69% support requiring justices to retire by a certain age. I think that should also be expanded into like the federal government. I don't think you should be, I don't know, 70 running for president. Personally, I don't think that's as big of a deal. In fact, a lot of people, especially younger people, will make the connection that a lot of politicians are old, and especially in America, that we're being run by we have a geriatrocy, one or the other. A government ruled specifically by the old, and will advocate for things like age limits on being able to run for Senate or the House or president, not realizing that it's not really age that's the factor here, it's class. The thing is, yes, a lot of our politicians are old. They're incredibly old in some cases. In some cases, ancient. I mean, Joe Biden was around before the invention of light. Before God said, "Let there be light," there was Joe Biden just, "What's up, Jack?" standing in the corner. But it's not about their age. It's that their age group has most of the wealth. They're, they were alive and at a time where you could get a job, you could work your job and use that money to buy a house, to go to college, to buy a car, to take care of your family, and had time to invest all of that and had become wealthy. It is the wealthy that run our politics. Now, sure, a lot of them are old, and that has an effect too, but really it all comes back down to class. It's that old people that are rich are running the country. It's rich people. That's it. Everything comes back to rich people every single time. 47% support allowing the public to vote to overturn Supreme Court decisions on controversial issues. I don't support this one. Funny enough, even though I can think of instances and cases where I think it should be used, I think it's more risky to include that than not. It would be more difficult for us to move the needle in the right direction without the right to petition for, the petition the public to overturn a Supreme Court decision. However, I can easily see this being weaponized by the right wing, either now or in the future, and I don't think that's a good idea. And you can see that a lot of people agree over there that it's not necessarily the best idea. Strongly opposed at 26%. I'd probably put it at somewhat opposed for me, but the largest group after the neither in favor nor opposed is the strongly opposed. And 29% support increasing the number of justices to around the current 9-member Supreme Court. Sure, we can add more justices. I don't think it matters. I mean, we could pack the court, but that's just a band-aid solution to fixing the court, hence why I agree that people don't support it. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong number here when I was talking about public referenda. I'm actually wrong. The largest group for public referenda are the ones in favor of it, interestingly enough. I still fall myself into somewhat opposed, but the increasing the number of justices on the court, sure, it would help in the short term, but it's not really going to make a big difference. How civics, knowledge, and partisanship affect views on the Supreme Court. You can see most of these reforms are generally championed by Democrats, but there is a fair amount of Republicans that do still think that these are good reforms. These are good ideas. It's the partisanship that is reducing them. A lot of these Republican voters, if there wasn't such a, I'm sorry, about people that were polled. I don't necessarily know if they're voters or not, but if there wasn't such a polarized relationship between Democrats and Republicans, a lot more, the bars for Republicans would be much closer to that of, at the very least, independence. And based on civics knowledge, it follows along generally the same lines. And yeah, so that's about that. I really think the court needs to be reformed. I think that it's essential to us being able to maintain a not only functional government, but one that isn't entirely susceptible to the will and the whims of billionaires and the wealthy and what they want and their ability to use their money to influence other people. They want to do it to the court. They do it to the court. They want to continue to. This would be infinitely better. It's necessary. But even more so than that, it's necessary to get money out of politics. Now, if we overturned Citizens United without fixing the court first, they'll just find another way to do this. We need systemic change on a massive level. And again, I've said this a billion times, and I'm never going to stop saying it. So if you get annoyed or bored with it, sucks to be you. The only way to create real change in the world, real positive, functional, stable, consistent change that is lasting is from the bottom up. They're not going to fix your problems from the top down. Who you're voting for president does not define whether your life is going to be, that does not necessarily define whether your life is going to be easier or harder in 4 years. The president often doesn't really have much of a hand in a lot of the problems that you face in your personal life. A lot of that is state legislature. Now, of course, this election's a little different, mainly because the right wing has, in the recent, since the Obama administration, has been speeding towards fascism as fast as they can, and we're really at the cliff's edge here. I mean, we'll see in a bit. I have a lot of things about Trump up here, but first, let's switch to Iran for a second. So we hear a lot about election interference by foreign nations in our elections. We've been talking about Russia recently, as Tenet Media was indicted by the Department of Justice, including several grifters like Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Lawrence Southern, were all included in this indictment as being paid by Russia to influence U.S. public opinion on social media. Now, the right wing will say Russia, 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 and that this is all fake, and ignore the entire issue of our government and our election system is vulnerable to interference, leading an open door for things like this to happen. Now, this is interesting because usually we're talking about election interference in support of Donald Trump. This is a case of the opposite.
New reporting now that the...
I'm going to have my headphones in. Maybe this will convince the right wing that we need to do something about the way that foreign countries can just influence our politics.
Justice Department is preparing criminal charges in connection with an Iranian hack on Donald Trump's presidential campaign. The charges, which were first reported by the Washington Post, focus on an online persona named Robert, who contacted reporters offering campaign documents stolen from the email accounts of Trump advisors. Investigators have since said that person was acting on behalf of the Iranian government. I want to bring in Devlin Barrett, national security and justice reporter for the Washington Post,
who helped. This one's a little different than what we usually. This isn't spreading misinformation or trying to influence the general public's opinion via social media. This isn't that. However, they do also do that. Iran to a much lesser extent than China and Russia and India, for example, but they still do. This is a straight up hack to steal documents and to send them to journalists. This is a more of the type of old school cyber warfare with elections, the WikiLeaks stuff from 2016, like when Russia gave WikiLeaks documents to leak about Hillary Clinton. This is in that realm. Now, this is still an issue, but this we can do much less about than with social media influence on our elections. But this is still important to consider that foreign countries are regularly, and regardless of what country you live in, this is, we're talking about America here, but news came out about Canada today, the UK, France, Germany, Australia. We are all being influenced by very specific foreign actors with very specific goals, a lot of which is stagnation. I don't know if you guys have seen the video of the former FSB, former KGB maybe, agent describing the tactics that they learned to disrupt not just disrupt, but also influence the public opinion of U.S. citizens back in the day. And it has not changed much. In fact, I really want to find that document.
break that story. Also, he is co-author of the Trump Trials newsletter. It's good to see you again, Devlin. So what do we know about how this scheme worked?
So it wasn't a particularly sophisticated hack.
There's just one line in this that I really, really want to read out because it's incredibly prescient almost.
Scheme or even a leaking scheme. This used spear phishing, which is basically you send an email that looks official and you basically trick the recipient into clicking on the link. The link basically allows the hacker to access the account, take over the account, take whatever files they want, and, skedaddle with all that data. So that's what was done to a number of people in Trump's orbit. We're told that the number of email accounts compromised has gone up a bit since the FBI first started investigating this, and it includes some senior campaign advisors. And so what the government is now planning to do, because obviously this is a tense time and this issue of foreign influence in elections is very worrisome to U.S. officials, is they're planning to file public charges possibly next week to sort of name and shame the people they think are responsible.
Now, I do agree with filing public charges. I think we should be doing that every single time. I couldn't find the quote. I couldn't find the actual link that I was looking for. There was a video version and there was like a written document instruction of, for Russian intelligence operatives of how to talk to Americans and influence them. It was just the one line in there that I'm going to have to paraphrase now, was that the goal is to create an atmosphere in which, even though everyone has access to all of the information, that they cannot agree on a point, that the conversation, the argument stagnates because they will never agree on the point. That's the goal of misinformation when trying to polarize US politics. And that is what they're trying to do, is to polarize, because that's the most successful. I mean, that's what we're doing to ourselves. That's what Donald Trump does, is he purposefully polarizes politics because it makes it very easy to control a group of people that are very angry at another group of people. It's kind of fascism 101, It's what they do with the immigrants too. It's blame the immigrants for your problems. It's just a different space for way longer than they need to be, than they should be. They still get to vote this year, which is nice. Now, if you don't know about these astronauts, they're stuck there because, I don't know, Boeing or something. Yeah, the Boeing Starliner capsule was not functional enough and safe enough to take them home. And so they don't have a ride home. They can't get back down to the ground until next year. They've already, while they never expected to be up there nearly a year as the Starliner's first test pilots, they knew they could be problems that might delay their return. Which, at least, they were aware of this, but being in space for that long is not good for your body. So the fact that they're stuck even longer than they have been, and they were there for quite a long time, has been quite an evolution. Probably going to suck for them when they come back, but at least they get to vote.
Evolution over the last 3 months, and it was trying at times. There were some tough times all the way through. You certainly, as the commander and the PLT of your spacecraft, you don't want to see it go off without you, but that's where we wound up.
I think, this was not the very first option. We wanted to take Starliner to the completion and land it back on land at home. But, you have to turn the page and look at the next opportunity and, do...
Are they going to talk about them voting?
Miss our families. I miss my 2 dogs. So many people on Earth that are sending us messages, and it makes you feel just right at home with everybody when we're able to have those conversations with our friends and family.
I think that's really sweet. Her hair is so cool.
At home, so I know
Space
they understand. I know it's tough on them.
Of course, I'd freak the fuck out too. Are you kidding? I mean, to be fair, I don't even want to go to space. Being stuck in a metal box floating in space itself is horrifying. I'm not a huge sci-fi fan. I'm much more into fantasy, but I watched The Expanse, and The Expanse is excellent and also horrifying. Any part of The Expanse, I would not want to be on any of those ships. I would not want to be stuck in like a suit on a planet where I could not breathe. Fuck that. I'll stick to video games. Thank you very much.
Them as well as, you know, being away from home, of course.
Let alone being in space, expecting to go home, seeing the ship coming and docking with the space station, that you're going to, you know, board the ship and it's going to take you home, and then it leaves without you because it's not safe enough to take you home. That would be, I'd be like, no, I'd run on anyway. I would not allow them to leave without me. I'd be like, no, I'm going home. I don't care if this explodes on the way down. I'm out. I mean, we're tiny, you know, the universe is huge. And weird. Space is freaky. And I don't know, I've played a lot of video games. I could not be on the International Space Station and not expect like a little, I don't know, like a flood capsule thing from Halo, like the little crawler ones, to just pop out of a corner somewhere. No, I'd be seeing it all the time in my mind, like in my visual headspace. No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not like you can carry a gun on there either. Fuck that. No space for me. But I'm glad these people get to vote. Good for them. Put me back. Yeah, no. I would run into that capsule. They would not be able to stop me from getting on the return capsule. Ah, shit, too hot. Just burn myself. No. Ow. Alright. Now, where do I want to take this? Because I have a few... Okay. So this is interesting in that pretty sure this is illegal. GOP-aligned group airs anti-Semitic ads in Michigan featuring Doug Emhoff and highlighting Harris's Jewish ties. Essentially, they're running these ads in Michigan that are saying very, very pro-Israel. It's just a bunch of Jewish tropes and stereotypes as well. Like, it's actually anti-Semitic, which of course it is because it's being put out by a GOP-aligned PAC. But the point of this is to ensure that any of those uncommitteds that protested at the DNC do not vote for Harris, and that a lot of, I mean, Michigan has I believe the largest population of Muslim Americans in the country, and a lot of them are pretty upset over Israel-Palestine. I think it also has the largest population of Palestinian Americans specifically as well. And so this is an attempt by the right wing to, I mean, it's not smearing. She is pro-Israel. We've made that pretty fucking clear, but to bring it back up and keep it in the spotlight and try and take some of the negative press away from Donald Trump, while also reducing the margins that we have in Michigan, which is leaning blue at the moment. I mean, at the moment, this election would come down to Pennsylvania, but this is worrying. I mean, this could work. Voters are pretty fucking stupid. A super PAC with Republican ties is running digital media ads in Michigan promoting the Jewish faith of Kamala Harris's husband and touting the vice president's support for Israel in an apparent play to undercut Harris with the battleground state's large Arab American population amid ongoing political fallout. I'm not sure if this is legal or not. I know that the Republican, like the GOP, cannot put out these ads. Donald Trump cannot put out an ad that's, I mean, I don't know. Can he? Can they? Can they put out a basically, this is like a pro-Harris ad if she was trying to appeal to Zionists. It's what it almost is.
if it wasn't also like anti-Semitic in the background. But I don't know. Maybe this probably isn't illegal, but it really kind of should be. But we know they play dirty, and I mean, this is not nearly the dirtiest thing that they've done, but it is worth mentioning. So the Future Coalition PAC has spent nearly $60,000 running several YouTube ads targeting Michigan, according to Google Ad Transparency Center. Each of these ads emphatically states that Harris's support for Israel, and many pointedly highlight her husband, Doug Emhoff, who is Jewish. The ads are replete with images of the Israeli flag, and multiple spots refer to Emhoff as Harris's top advisor. Again, it's more focused on her husband because he's the one that's Jewish. This ad not only implies to right-wing viewers that if Kamala Harris wins, the Jews will control America. The Nazi base is what this says, which, to be clear, is intended. That is not an unintended part of this. Playing into anti-Semitic tropes that American Jews have dual loyalties to U.S. and Israel. Also conflating Jewishness with Zionism. Unsurprising. I mean, all of this is anti-Semitism. But this is honestly a kind of smart play. It boosts his numbers with his Nazi base and hurts her numbers against Arab voters, if successful. Now, hopefully, these ads get drowned out by some of the other stuff that's going on, but I mean, yeah, anger over the Democratic Party's pro-Palestinian factions, over the Biden administration's continued military support for Israel and financial support. In 2020, nearly 146,000 Muslim Americans voted in the general election in Michigan. Joe Biden won the state by 150,000 votes 4 years ago. Essentially, the Muslim American population worth the votes. At least the voting Muslim American population. Polls have shown a close contest this year between Harris and Donald Trump. Now, there's 100,000 uncommitteds that said that they would not vote. And if they all keep their promise, they will not vote. If Joe Biden won by 146,000 votes, all 50,000 of those need to vote for Harris. I mean, I guess 4,000 really need to vote for Harris. I don't know. It's a risky situation, and that is the goal. It's to increase the chances of people not showing up. It's not like these ads are never going to convince a Harris voter to go vote for Trump. It's just there to make you not vote. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to convince you that it's not worth going out and voting. Now, thankfully, the polls, at least now, are showing that there is some excitement. But now, before we go into the polls in detail, I just do want to say, yes, these polls are somewhat good, and good things are happening. But that doesn't mean we should get complacent, because again, this election is going to be incredibly close. If people feel too good about our odds, they're much less likely to take the time, the effort to go out and vote. And so these polls, although good, should not erase any worry, and should not increase the confidence in the Democrats for winning this election. These are just nice, and they might help, but they might not. And again, people who answer these polls are generally already pretty biased. You don't really answer political polls if you're not interested in politics, and there's very many actual centrists, and a lot of the ones that are pretty fucking dumb. So it is the independent voters, the undecideds, that will decide this election. And I don't understand how you can be undecided at this point in the election. Like, I don't understand the mindset that it would take to not have picked a side, to either have gone full MAGA or go with Harris. Who's in the middle? How many RFK voters are there? These people are dumb as like a sack of bricks. You have to be really to not be able to. I will say it's an inability to pick a side, not in a disinterest in picking a side. Harris should win. I expect, if I'm gonna give my honest prediction, I think that Harris will win by less than 100,000 votes in the popular vote nationally. Less than 100,000 votes, she will win. I think it'll end up being 270, 260. No, it wouldn't be 270, 268. It'll be very close in the Electoral College, but it won't be more than, what was it? I have to do math now in my head. It depends on what state we win, honestly. So it's not worth giving that number, but it'll be, we win the Electoral College by one state and about 100,000 votes for the popular vote. That's my best guess. And that's pretty dangerous because if, like, Harris should win with ease, as you said, and if we did, it would be much easier to dismiss any claims of like electoral fraud. But no, it's going to be close. A lot of people are in the MAGA cult, and a lot of the people that aren't are dumb and really easily influenced. And not only do we have the right wing constantly lying and spreading misinformation in the US, there's also foreign countries doing the same thing. So, but if we look at likely voters polled for this, this is from a this is the TTIP one. No, this is data for Progress. I have the TTIP poll up as well. Regarding the debate, 56% of likely voters say Kamala Harris won the debate. 70% of Republicans think that Donald Trump won that debate. I mean, that's the level of reality that they live on. An important thing that I want to point out here, not in this chart. This is, I mean, this is interesting, but it's not as interesting. Voters are more familiar with Trump's comments about immigrants eating pets from the debate. Yeah, so if we look at the biggest takeaways from the debate, top 3 for each. Protecting abortion rights, build up the middle class, defending democracy for Kamala Harris. The top 3 things most people remember her talking about at the debate. If you look at Donald Trump's top 3, it's immigrants are eating people's pets, that there is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born, and that wasn't even Trump saying it, and it wasn't Harris either, actually. That was the moderator saying that. And Harris saying that people are leaving Trump's rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. That's the top 3 takeaways from this debate. From all likely voters, these are the top 3 things people remember. Is immigrants are eating your pets, that Donald Trump thinks that they're executing babies after they're born, and this is not true, and that Harris says people leave Trump rallies early because they're bored. Those are the top 3 takeaways. That's excellent for Kamala Harris. I mean, concepts of a plan. All of these are Harris W's, you know? Now, even 44% of Republicans think that it is very weird that Trump said that, they're eating the dogs and the cats. 44% of Republicans. Very weird. If you look at the totals, it's everyone agrees with this. Even, which is weird, even though they're literally calling in bomb threats to schools over this, but sure. Maybe this changed after. Now, a majority of voters think that 2020 election was fairly won. Again, if you look at it, it's mostly Democrats, 57 to 35. But only 19% of Republicans actually believe that Joe Biden won. Majority of Americans believe that Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. Just good 50% for independents and third party. That's what's risky. Like stuff like the middle ground is what gets to decide where this is going to go. However, voters hold a favorable opinion of Harris and Walz and an unfavorable opinion of Vance, Trump, and Biden. Kamala Harris overall right now is sitting at 51% favorability, which is not super high, but it is higher than Donald Trump, who lost 8 points of favorability since the last poll that was done. In a head-to-head race, Harris has support of 50% of voters, while 46% choose Trump. I mean, bigger margin than we'll probably get in the election, honestly. Harris leads by 4 points post-debate. Yes, here we go. This is the most important part of this poll. Voters trust Harris most on abortion, Trump most on inflation. But we go down to jobs in the economy. 48% of all likely voters trust Kamala Harris, whereas 46% of all likely voters trust Donald Trump more on jobs and the economy. That is a big hit to Donald Trump. His whole thing is, I'm a billionaire businessman. Now, of course, he's a shitty billionaire businessman who's gone bankrupt several times. But the fact that more people now support, more voters trust Kamala Harris on the economy is a pretty big hit to Donald Trump. Voters believe Harris is more composed, intelligent, and fit to run the country. Again, so this is a very good poll. Excellent polling. This should, in a fair and just world, this would just be it. Not this would be the election, but that I could read this and sit and relax and not worry by seeing the numbers there, even though they are close. Ideally, in reality, I could read that and think, okay, it'll be all right. But no, I can't, because those numbers can change week to week like that. One event. They don't mean anything. Except when they do. They also do mean things when they don't mean things. Polls are frustrating. Don't let them influence your behavior. Just use them to get a feeling of the lay of the land. Where are people sitting now, not predicting the future. Especially if you don't know the internal way of how polls actually work. It's incredibly complicated, and the different variables that you have to consider when thinking of how people and who answers polls. Answers change based on how the question is asked. A lot of different variables go into this, and so don't be overly confident. But this has put Harris at a decent lead. She faced low expectations going into the debate, with many wondering if she could handle such an unscripted event. I had low expectations, thinking that she was going to say liberal nothing. And I was right. She did basically say liberal nothing. But she absolutely won the clip war, which is really the whole point of the debate. You know, a debate it's a gladiator fight. And she won the gladiator fight, even though she didn't actually do anything. It's more, she held out the sword and Donald Trump just ran into it. Debate made 50% of watchers view Harris more favorably compared to 28% for Trump. I cannot fathom watching that debate and viewing Trump more favorably after that. I mean, I suppose, like, there's the Nazi base. And I keep saying Nazi, and I mean Nazi when I say it. I don't mean fascist, I don't mean authoritarian, I mean Nazi. And I mean, look at Lauren Southern, who's not Lauren Southern. Laura Loomer, rather. Too many of these Laurens and Lauras around. Not a fan. We need less of them. They need to pick different names. Is a full-on Nazi. I mean, an open, and has claimed that she is a white nationalist. She supports white nationalism. I have a whole section on her to get through. But yes, essentially, good polls, don't get too hyped over them. Now, let's get to the meat of the pie, so to say. So during the debate, as we just read, Donald Trump claimed that in Springfield, Ohio, that they are eating the dogs, eating the cats, and eating the pets. This was based on nothing. There was no credible information that suggested it. It came from J.D. Vance, who tweeted it out prior to the debate, and then acknowledged that it wasn't real when I believe it was the city's mayor or some official of the city informed the staff of J.D. Vance that this was untrue. And his response to it was to continue to meme about it anyway. And then Donald Trump brought it up at the debate, likely because of Laura Loomer's influence. Now, after this, it became a big meme. People found it funny. I still find it funny. There's many mixes of him saying it. Tracks, yep, Ermagerd. But what happened post everyone laughing at him is they went and pressed the gas on the propaganda machine regarding immigrants. They are now public enemy number one. And so much of this revolves around the idea of these illegal immigrants, their language, coming in and stealing the homes and the jobs and destroying the economy. None of this is true, might I add. But really, their big issue here is that these are people from a different culture. These aren't white people. Bringing it right down to its base. Because a lot of the claims that and we're going to see a lot of this, and not all of it's about being white. That's just that's the foundation for this idea, is white supremacy and racism. But it's being used to go into all these different roads of economy and crime, and all of them connect together, except none of this is actually happening, and it's all being made up. Now, in response to it, we've been seeing from the right wing bomb threats in city at the heart of Trump's immigrant rumors. Now, these bomb threats, Ohio evacuated its city hall on Thursday due to a bomb threat, 2 days after Donald Trump repeated the false claims that put the city at the center of a national debate over immigration. Beyond just city hall, there was schools, and I believe also a hospital, but we'll get to that. So this, by the way, is from the 13th. It's a couple days ago. Due to a bomb threat that was issued to multiple facilities throughout Springfield today, City Hall is closed, the government officials said on social media. Springfield Mayor Rob Rue told local media that the threat came from someone who claimed to be a local resident and mentioned frustrations with immigration. None of these are happening by locals. Now, the locals are incredibly racist, a lot of them. I don't know if you guys have seen that video trending on Twitter from Benny Johnson. I can't actually watch it on stream because it's content ID, but it's just, I interviewed people from Springfield, Ohio. Here's what they say about the pets thing, and it's just like the first 30 seconds of that video. I'm sure you could find it on Twitter if you just Google Benny Johnson Springfield. They just say the most. They start open with slurs, not even the right slurs either, but the bomb threats are coming from outside of the city. The bomb threats are coming from Twitter users, the 4chan groypers, and they're not doing this to help anybody. This doesn't help anybody. The claim that would be made by whoever committed this bomb threat would be that it was to, bong threats are much better. I'd rather get threatened with a bong. But the people who make these bomb threats, if you manage to find one and ask them why, they would claim that it's to protect the city or protect the school from, Haitians or migrants or whatever. None of this is about protecting anybody. They don't give a shit about protecting you. They don't even really give, the people doing the bomb threats don't even care about white people. They just want to see brown people suffer. Those are the actual full-on Nazi wing of the party. Those are the Proud Boys, the Klansmen who we're going to see did a rally here. These are the people that are doing the bomb threats. These are the people that are pushing this narrative that these poor immigrants are at the center of this national debate that's based in nothing but falsehood. On Thursday, J.D. Vance, who represents Ohio, by the way, this is his own state, continued this. On Thursday, he said Haitian immigrants are degrading the quality of life in Springfield. Quote, in communities like Springfield, Ohio, where you have 20,000 Haitians who come in, housing costs are unaffordable, communicable diseases are on the rise, and people can't afford to live a good life. You motherfucker. Yeah, I don't think they didn't actually take a shot at him, but the Secret Service shot at the person. We don't know who it is yet. Yes, though. I talked about it earlier. This, even they're his constituents. These 20,000 Haitians, by the way, only improved the city of Springfield. They came in when Springfield was dying. Their industry was dead. People were leaving. It was nothing. And they saved the town. They saved the city. They should have a statue. And they're being blamed for... What do you think happens when more people move to a city, right? So these 20,000 Haitians came into the city after people were leaving because there were no jobs. They moved into these houses and they improved the economy of this city, this town. They made it a place where people want to live. So more people try and move there, or the people who moved want to come back home. There's now more people here, so more houses need to be built. And until more houses are built, house prices rise. This is an issue everywhere. I don't know anything about a lemon tree. But it's they're blaming the immigrants for a lack of housing because housing hasn't been built. They didn't take the houses. I mean, maybe they live in some of the houses of the residents who moved when the town was dying, but it's all a smear. It's all misrepresenting what actually happens and a lot of outright lying. Donald Trump is trying to demonize us, vilify us for his own political gains, said Florida Democratic State Representative Mary Woodson, who came to the U.S. from Haiti at the age of 21. A 2021 study done by the Libertarian, derogatory version, Cato Institute, found that Haitian immigrants are more likely to be employed than native-born Americans and are also more likely to live in poverty. About half of the 1.1 million Haitian Americans in the U.S. are immigrants, according to the Census Bureau. Most live in Florida or New York, but some have moved to states like Ohio in recent years to pursue work. As long as Homie and March are okay. You confuse me, Cheeseburger. You really do. You make my brain glitch anytime you speak. It's an impressive skill, in fact. I am impressed with it. You should join the Discord and then do it there. Civic leaders in Springfield say that new residents are filling vacant jobs and starting businesses of their own, but some longtime residents say they have been frustrated by sudden changes to their community. A small group of white supremacists walked through the town during a jazz festival in mid-August. It's the fucking Nazis! Look, it's so very clear. I think migrants need to be allowed to do adverse possession of vacant properties. Based. But look, I said it. It is really just the Nazis. It's the white supremacists. It's the people that are whinging that they're not white. It's it. That's really it. The whole issue here. Everything comes down to these are not white people. Go. Now, this, get my headset on. This is from the day before, 2 days ago. Well, actually yesterday for my Americans. Bomb threats for second consecutive day of school closures in Springfield, Ohio. Several local leaders have also been targeted in the wake of baseless claims aimed at Haitian immigrants that have been repeated by former President Donald Trump.
There is growing fallout from something former President Trump said during the debate, pushing a baseless claim about Haitian immigrants in Ohio. Today in the city, at the center of it all, a rash of bomb threats. Our Yamiche El-Sindor is there. Yamiche, good evening.
Good evening. That's right. Today here in Springfield, bomb threats led authorities to evacuate City Hall and a number of other buildings, including an elementary school. Officials say they are working with the FBI to investigate. It's not clear who made the threats or whether they were connected to the baseless claims about Haitian immigrants abusing pets. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre called the unfounded allegations, quote, very bizarre and very hateful smear. Meanwhile, some residents were so concerned with the tension that they kept their children home from school.
Well, to be fair, I would have absolutely kept my kids home from school. They would not be going to school this week. We'd be taking the week off. I don't have kids, but if I did, fuck that. It takes someone with half a brain to see that this was the outcome. As soon as Donald Trump started talking about they're eating the dogs, I knew that libs of TikTok at that moment was writing a post that was going to create a bomb threat. I did not foresee that it would just be the entire Republican Party and Trump pushing it. We're going to see in a minute. J.D. Vance won't even denounce bomb threats in his own state. So bomb threats in Friday forced evacuation and closure of public schools, which, by the way, mostly serve white children. So it's not even really about protecting white people. A lot of these schools were mostly white schools. It's just about the fact that they hate brown people, not that they like white people better. It wasn't an American guy that ate one cat that everyone... I'm not sure that that's even actually true. I have the post up. The person who started the rumor, the very first person who claimed it, came out and apologized, and we're going to read that once I get through everything the right wing is saying about it. That's the last thing we're going to cover on it, but I don't even know if that's true. But a lot of the photos, images, videos are not only fake but stupid. Like there was one of a chicken being roasted on a spit. They were calling it a dog. I've seen a lamb getting called something else. Just they're looking for literally anything. The photo of the guy who was holding the goose, all of it's fake. Every single bit of, there's nothing substantial. None of it. I've yet to see any actual evidence that anyone ate a dog or a cat or anything that is somewhat related to the claims being made. But no, because none of them are real and because they don't care about the truth. They just want to hurt brown people. Excuse me. Most of them, at the very least. Most of the ones that are doing these things, not the entire voting base. The Republican Party and the average Republican voter might have some tendencies that lean towards white nationalism, but they're not all white nationalists. It's a very specific part of the party that is not only in the voting base, but also elected officials and media influencers. These people really need to be, I don't know, we need to denazify them somehow. We need like McCarthy-esque hearings on Nazis, like they did the Red Scare hearings that they did for, report any communists that you might be working with, any of the instigators, the pro-Soviets. We need that, but with Nazis. We need that kind of PSA. And, you know, I don't think we should ruin their lives. I think we should try and rehabilitate them. Even considering all of the despicable and disgusting things that they say, we should give them a chance for rehabilitation. And if they don't choose to, then they are a danger to society. These people literally, genuinely fall under the category of a danger to society. They're essentially just mass shooters without the shooting. They have the potential to create an impact that big, like this, depending on what they do. Now, at the very least, if we deplatform them, that's nice, but they still, you know, a lot. We've deplatformed quite a few of them in the past. Laura Loomer was one who was deplatformed. She had to chain herself, to lock her, like handcuff herself to the doors of Twitter pre-Elon Musk because she got banned from Twitter for being horrible. And yeah, let me find the video really quickly. Because it's going to show you the kind of things that she says while handcuffed to the doors of Twitter's offices. Give you an idea of what all of these people mean. And again, all of these people meaning the ones working with the GOP, the elected officials, the lobbyists, these fuckers. This is an hour long, but
October 31st of last year, a terrorist used his car. He was a driver for Uber, and he killed 8 people. And I don't understand it. I thought people in America learned their lesson about.
Oh yeah, this was. She also got banned from Uber and Lyft, and I think they were somehow connected. She was just being an Islamophobe, and so she stands here for an hour.
The implications Sharia law has on 9/11 here in this city, but now Twitter, they want to.
Also, she was a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, one of the main ones. But like,
help enforce Sharia in Silicon Valley by silencing Jews like myself, silencing Jewish conservatives like myself, while they protect vile Jew haters like Louis Farrakhan.
It's funny that she's Jewish and also a Nazi. Hey, Loka. So she'll say stuff like this about like, oh look, the Muslims are trying to hurt the Jews, when it's like when she's talking about Muslims, but she's a very open, like objectively a Nazi as well as being Jewish. She's one of the few proper jitlers, you know, like Netanyahu, for example, Jewish and a Nazi. Laura Loomer.
How come that is not hate speech? How come that is allowed on Twitter? I want to know why that is allowed on Twitter, but my tweet, and you can show them, how come that tweet got me banned? I want to know. I want to know. How come that is not hate speech? How come that is allowed
I'm not sure I'm allowed to share this whole video, so we're just going to skip around a little bit.
on Twitter? I want to sing Jewish conservatives like myself while they protect vile Jew haters like Louis Farrakhan. How come that is...
Hey, I don't know what that's a reference to. I just want you to see some of the more unhinged things that she says here.
Where, you know, we had the World Trade Center attack. Muslims killed 3,000 people here on 9/11. On October 31st of last year, a terrorist used his car. He was a driver.
Islamophobia, hatred, etc., bigotedness. It's all a part of the actual party. You know, it's ingrained into these grifters at the top. The average Republican voter is not particularly smart and probably do agree with a lot of these things, but a lot of them are just outright lied to and misled. A lot of them are this way because they were indoctrinated to be this way. And it's the people like Tucker Carlson, Laura Loomer, J.D. Vance, these Stephen Miller, these are the people doing the indoctrinating. These are the people pushing these things, these ideas of it's essentially just fear politics. It's shock politics. It's unsurprising that this kind of shit leads to bomb threats in schools and hospitals and city halls, and they're not stopping. They're not stopping.
With more.
Oh, actually, I think I put this in the wrong part of my links. Oopsie. Oh wait, no. I think these are the right links. There we go. Keep that one for later. So, wait, what? This whole thread. I don't want to watch the whole thread because it was pretty boring. I just want to know which one of these is the actual clip to watch. Let's try that again. I saw it. Incites violence against Springfield. Did it get taken down? Yeah, so much of this is just whinging, but let's just have a look at these parts, because these are the parts that directly relate to Springfield, Ohio. So Trump says his mass deportations will begin there, which we've already talked about. He has no plan for this, and if they actually did manage to mass deport immigrants from the US, it would be ruinous for the country. He's talked about denaturalization recently. In fact, I'm gonna actually, I only just thought about that. Let me find something regarding it. But like, it's insane, this whole idea of mass deportations. It will not benefit any of us, and it will be horrible for so many people. I don't actually think he could pull it off. I don't even think he could make it happen, you know?
President, Springfield, Ohio is experiencing a migrant crisis. Will you
Yes.
use an event there to show the media what's actually happening, maybe a town hall?
Well, we could, and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from? That's good. Very good. They're doing a very good job. Yeah, that's very good. No, I will, maybe Springfield, maybe Aurora, maybe both. We'll go there.
Another place where the right wing has created lies about immigrants out of thin air, complained about things that don't exist in both cases here.
We will do large
They don't have
deportations
anything real
from Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals.
They're not even from Venezuela. We're talking about Haitians here. I guess he better deport half of his voter base back to Europe then. Of course, this is only about brown people. When they say this kind of shit, it doesn't mean white people. Ever.
Not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country. And we're going to start with Springfield.
I mean, look at this. This is from a guy who worked for the Trump administration as a speechwriter. Yes, we started a new denaturalization project under Trump. In 2025, expected to be turbocharged. This is from last year. Denaturalization. I mean, I'm looking for something recent that Donald Trump has said. Whatever, can't find it. But he has talked about it, at the very least. He hasn't said he would do it. Which he never does. He just implies things.
Pets.
Yeah, so this is regarding bomb threats.
Mayor of Springfield, Ohio, the police chief, the Republican governor of Ohio have all debunked this story about people leaving pets. And now there are bomb threats at schools and kids being evacuated. Why do you still spread this false story?
The real threat is what's happening at our border, because you have thousands.
There's no threat to children in school. Bomb threats don't mean anything important. The real threat is the border. I mean, just right off the bat, it's disgusting and condescending before we even get to the bad part.
Thousands of people being killed by illegal migrants coming in and also dying. You have women dying as they come up. They're coming up in large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really what it is. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the country and they end up being...
All of this is taking real events, like there were people from South America trying to come up to the US, the caravans that were on the news, and then twisting them.
Sex slaves and everything else.
Like
those 10,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the country and they end up being sex slaves and everything else. Those are your real...
He invented the term caravan. That's a Trump trademark, actually. It's just fear-mongering. There's no effort to even disguise it, to make it look better than it is. He doesn't care. No. I mean, this is plainly just Nazi-esque. It's the same kind of demonic thought process. I don't know. They're getting worse. Again, this is from Stephen Miller. Again, by turning the page, they mean saying goodbye to the community you grew up and transforming it into a refugee camp. I mean, do I need to say anything? They're using like words very specifically that evoke the idea of, I don't know, like Gazans, Palestinians, brown people living in huts and shit. Like that's what they want you to see them as. And then also look at her eyes. She has bloodlust.
Donald Trump!
She has bloodlust. They're fucking ridiculous. Lucky he's not well presented or dressed enough to be a scary Nazi. He's just a cook Nazi. You know, exactly. They're not, I mean, Nazis in general aren't smart. And they're, like, the whole Nazis are well-dressed thing because of their, like, I don't know, outfits in World War. I don't give a fuck. What is this? Donald Trump Jr. spotted. I don't care. We have that later. Cool. Look, these people are demons. They're actual demons. They have risen from hell, and are working with the Republican Party to, I don't know, get the average Republican voter to sin enough to make them go to hell. They're the devil. The devil is controlling them. It's witchcraft. Speaking of witchcraft, we'll get to that in a minute, but let me cover this one. This is funny. So, actually, I have this interview, but this is not the first post that I wanted to post. The first one is this one. Where are we?
Here's the point, though.
So this is Tucker Carlson. Russian shill. Yeah, no, you'll see what I mean.
Here's the point, though. It's not that the pets are being eaten; it's that they're being sacrificed. Actually, that's the truth.
They're being sacrificed.
We've imported a lot of people, over 5% of the population, from a country in which witchcraft is the dominant religion.
This is the level of stupidity. Witchcraft is the dominant religion in these countries, and they are sacrificing the animals.
And that's not a guess. I've been to that country. I know a lot of great people from that country, by the way. I'm not attacking everyone in the country at all.
But witchcraft is the dominant religion in the country. It's just, Jesus Christ. They're getting closer and closer to Hitler every day, like genuine Hitler.
The fact is that the people in question come from a country in which witchcraft is the dominant religion and in which human sacrifice is a regular occurrence.
Oh, and now we're talking about human sacrifice too. We went from pets to human sacrifice. Like that. It took literally 10 seconds of this clip. What is it? 33. Let's bring it back to 23. I genuinely think it was exactly 10 seconds.
Attacking everyone in the country at all.
No,
the fact is that the people in question come from a country in which witchcraft is the dominant religion and in which human sacrifice is a regular occurrence. That's just a fact.
That's just a fact. This man, known and fired from his job for lying on behalf of Donald Trump, says. Now, Tucker Carlson has a weird thing with witchcraft. We're going to see in a second. But obviously, this is a lie. 80 to 90% of Haiti is Christian. Witchcraft isn't a religion. It's not a dominant religion of anything. And now we've gone from they're eating the dogs to they're sacrificing the dogs to they're doing human sacrifices. Can you see the path that they are laying out here? Do you see what they are trying to do? And they're not making it like difficult. It's pretty clear. So this is just a little funny. This is from 2017 when a group of witches tried to cast a spell on Donald Trump, and one of them is, we're not going to watch the whole interview, it's just like the first minute of it.
President Trump doesn't always do what people expect him to do or even what his supporters want him to do. Is he being unpredictable, or could there be another cause,
this guy is
perhaps
just so
a magical
stupid.
one? Amanda Yates Garcia is the Oracle of Los Angeles. She says she's a witch, tarot card reader, spellcaster, energy healer, intuitum,
By the
shamanic
way,
practitioner, and magical light.
I don't believe in any of this shit. And I probably won't respect you if you do. I mean, good luck trying. You say that as I'm saying I probably won't respect you if you do. Let me clarify that a little bit. It's, I just think that you're not actually accomplishing anything. But good to use your imagination. Honestly, I advocate for young people to try and learn witchcraft because it'll get them the fuck off their phone and maybe think a little bit, because you have to, I don't know, use your imagination and focus and try and make things happen, don't you? You know, I mean, I can read tarot cards. I will, and you know, sometimes they come out pretty accurate, except the thing with tarot cards is that you're not actually predicting the future. You're giving yourself a set of information to create a narrative out of. Your brain is just forming the narrative for you based on your circumstances and based off the broad information that these cards hold. The order in which they're in, none of it fucking matters. It's your brain does the work and it just applies it to the cards. I mean, yes, of course, this is a fact, but that's what we're trying to say here, you know, is that you should absolutely work with the devil.
Life coach. Last night, she helped cast a so-called binding spell on our president to prevent him from causing harm to others. We've asked many witches to come on this program, but only Amanda Yates Garcia was brave enough to accept our invitation.
Brave enough? Jesus Christ. Most of them probably laughed.
She joins
Also
us tonight
based
from
cheeseburger.
Los Angeles. Amanda, thank you for coming on tonight.
Man, I
just
wanna
had
play
a
Uno now.
panic
Why the fuck would you
communication
say that
commercial
to
break
me?
with one of my producers, Alex.
I want to play Uno, and I live alone, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Why would you do this to me?
Who said, be
And I don't work.
nice to her. I don't want to spell
Thank you.
On me. So I hope that you'll...
Thank you. This from the beginning, because I just not the beginning, but I missed quite a bit of it.
Spell on our president to prevent him from causing harm to others. We've asked many
I
witches
remember
to come
this.
on this program, but only Amanda Yates Garcia was brave enough to accept our invitation. She joins us tonight from Los Angeles. Amanda, thank you for coming on tonight. I just had a panic communication, the commercial break with one of my producers, Alex, who said, be nice to her. I don't want to spell
Thank you.
On me. So I hope that you'll,
Thank you, Alex.
you'll pull back on your powers and spare our staff. What does this mean exactly, that you cast a binding spell on the president?
Here's the fun part. That
Binding spells are like any other spell, so they're a symbolic action used to harness the powers of the imagination and achieve a tangible result eventually. Yeah.
And what was the result that you desired?
Well, I desire that Trump stop harming people that I care about and instituting policies that
Pretty
also
fair
harm
on her part.
me or other people that I care about. So
I mean, I can understand I remember when this happened. I remember the news. People felt powerless. And so this is how they tried to manifest that into a reality in which so they could do something to help.
So my ultimate aim is that we protect the people that we love from having
hold on.
harm done to
Body
them.
language. I think I noticed something. Let me just see it again.
Fired.
Well, I desire that Trump stop harming people that I care about and instituting policies that also harm me or other people that I care about. So my ultimate aim is that we protect the people that we love from.
Did you notice that when he says, well, like when she says, my ultimate aim, you can see
done to them,
Tucker like
but
jump
in the meantime,
as if he's expecting something different. I don't know. He's just this dumb that he believes this shit. He believes this shit.
having harm done to them. But in the meantime, I think what's really important is that we create a sense of solidarity and empowerment within the people who are participating in the spell to galvanize them towards action so that they can feel empowered to make the changes that they want to.
Regulation of this?
Okay, there it is.
Most people just go ahead and vote or like buy a T-shirt. Is this legal? Can you run around casting spells on? Are you allowed to cast spells on people? Is there any kind of federal regulation of this?
Is there any kind of federal regulation? That's how fucking stupid this man is, because this was a sincere question. He wasn't saying it as a joke, because if he was, he would have laughed. He does that. Like, if you watch Tucker Carlson speak before, you can tell when he says something that's very clearly a joke, and when it just sounds like one because it's that dumb. There's a very clear tone shift. And yes, he is just that dumb. But the point is that he's weird with witches and is using the idea of witchcraft to I mean they're doing what they did back in the day, right? Like burn the witches. They're doing human sacrifices in Springfield, Ohio. No, yeah, I mean, Cheeseburger, I don't disagree with you. But, I mean, like, this man genuinely thinks that, I mean, I don't think he actually believes that they're doing human sacrifices in Springfield, Ohio, but he thinks that witchcraft is real. And he will use whatever tools he can because he's Trump's puppet. We know this. He literally lost his job as the main, like, TV host for Fox News because for lying for Trump. Now he's just like a sad, worthless nothing that drifts around trying to do whatever he can. But he can still cause quite a lot of damage, telling Americans that are currently in a state of mass hysteria. Genuinely, I think that term actually does fit perfectly into how people are behaving around immigration and migrants right now. It is mass hysteria. And to say to people in that state of mass hysteria that not only are they eating the dogs and they're taking your houses and they're flooding the country like an invasion, as Donald Trump is saying, and then taking it and saying, no, you don't understand. They're doing human sacrifices and witchcraft. No, he's not. No, he's not. And we'll cover it more. You can just stick around, you'll see. One last thing I did want to cover from... Actually, this is not one last thing. I have a few more clips from this I want to cover. Not a big fan of Aaron Rupar, but I'm a big fan of his threads. This is Donald Trump threatening to withhold emergency federal aid from California in case, not in case, for not doing as he said. Now, this sounds pretty bad, you know. Do this to literally any state. Now he's saying you're gonna have water in California at a level you've never seen before, and maybe more important, you're not gonna have any illegal immigrants pouring into your country and killing your family. Again, a lie.
We started talking about this community of Palo Verdes. We talked about California. We have fires raging to the east.
I agree. I agree.
What will you do?
I don't hate him, Knight. I hate his ideology. I don't think that he believes any of what he's saying. I don't. I think he just says it. I think maybe like some of it, you know, the misogyny and the stuff that like someone his age would believe. But he's just a tool. I don't hate him. I mean, I hate him because he's a billionaire, but like I don't hate him as a person. I think he's actually kind of funny. It's a shame that this guy has had to grift to the right. Yeah, but that's because you're a Nazi, Knight.
To help people in this.
To love his ideology, you have to believe in white supremacy. When you have Arabic letters in your name, so I don't know why you could or how you could end up at that standpoint. He fucking hates you.
In this state, whose homes are being damaged again and again, or are falling, off of these cliffs right behind us, or burned down.
Trump could have been left wing. What? Okay, so you're Jewish. That doesn't stop people from being a Nazi. Laura Loomer's Jewish and a Nazi. If you want to, like, argue with this, come into Twitch so people can see you on stream. Cheeseburger. Trump could have been left wing. That's the thing. Is just like many other right wingers, especially Nazis, he wanted to be an artist and failed. He really likes musicals. Trump likes like Broadway style musicals quite a lot. He wanted to go do that. That's what he wanted to be his job. I don't know if it was an actor or just like a producer of plays or something, but he wanted to go into the arts. If he had done that, you know. Okay, thank you. The weird joking around though, Knight. I mean, it doesn't really sound like joking when you come in here and just say shit like that randomly. Joking usually involves a back and forth. Maybe some prior. I still don't know. I don't know if you're lying or not. He does have a good voice for it. That's why he was a TV personality. He could have been a decent dude, but he's not.
For the people across the country whose homes are jeopardized by natural disaster, homes are being damaged again and again, or are falling, off of these cliffs right behind us, or burned down, or for the people across the country whose homes are jeopardized by natural disaster.
This is my favorite question of the day. You're asking me what would I do for. Let's talk California first. Is that okay? Do you mind? So, I was riding with Devin Nunes and some congressmen 4 years ago. I was riding up north in California, and I looked at these fields that were massive. I was telling John, right? It's my favorite question.
Man, he's always he has to tell a giant story before he makes any point.
Ask me this question, and I never told you to do it, right? Who are you with? Good. Spectrum. It's good. New, hot, right? It's hot. It's doing well, but that's because you ask good questions. So what happened? I'm saying why I look at this field, and it's massive, and in the middle of the field is a little spot of the most green, plush land you've ever seen. I said, and then I'd see another one. These little...
Probably his Secret Service, like, caravan of cars. I mean, that'd be the only place he's in a car, because otherwise he would just fly.
Plots, like 1 and 2 acres, and you'd have 1,000 acres that's barren and dead and dark. And I said, what's the problem here? What is that green acreage? You know, the soil is unbelievable.
It keeps burning because climate change is getting worse. By like 2050, Arizona, Nevada, northern New Mexico, that's a full desert. I mean, it's already kind of one anyway, but it will be essentially uninhabitable by 2050. We're going to see an incredible wave of migration from the southwestern United States to the we're going to see in the next 20 years an incredible migration from the southwestern United States, California, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, some of Texas, all of them are going to go up to, it is the U.S. outback. That's what it's going to be. But all of those people are going to move up north. They're going to move to Montana, to the Great Lakes region near Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois. They're all going to move there because that's going to be it already is. It's kind of growing as the new hotspot of the country. LA is not going to be a place you can live in 20 years. Whereas the Great Lakes have, big freshwater lakes, access to water. They have land to grow. Like the climate is shifting in a way that the southern United States will become more of a desert, and it's going to get wetter and more humid up north. Therefore, from like Virginia up is going to be much more fertile land for farming. It's going to rain a lot more. And when you go west, I would argue even parts of Colorado are going to be, desert rather than what they are now. I think if I had to draw like a hypothetical line, it would be around the Rockies. Respect your interior inhabitable zones. Property prices suck without them. Well, I mean, beyond that, imagine living in Florida right now and the insurance prices for your house, because every year your house is going to get like wrecked by a hurricane. It's not getting any better. That's a problem now in all of the South, Louisiana, Alabama, all the way up to Texas, because it keeps happening to them too. It's getting worse. And these fools, these idiots are continuing to buy into the narrative that none of this is real. And that's not even considering the evangelical Christians, because that's like 32% of the US, I think, is evangelical Christian. And I think like half of them believe that climate change is real. It's just not man-made, and that it's a sign of the end of times, that the rapture is coming, that God is making it. Hurricane season is never over anymore, all right? You watch, it's going to start like, it's going to get so much worse.
Unbelievably fertile.
I'm sorry, that sucks.
But they have no water. I said, so do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. We have the water is cut off upstate, up in the north. You know that? And the water, in order to protect a certain little tiny fish called a smelt.
Right, actually, so this isn't the clip that I want. So this is him talking about California and water. Now this is his response to...
You talked about California. We have fires raging.
Wait,
you have the canals.
This is the same video. What the fuck does he say?
On this.
I swear these videos changed. When I added them to the links, this was not a 6-minute clip. This was like 30 seconds.
Particular issue. So you have millions of gallons of water. It's as big as the wall, harmlessly into the Pacific. Down here, the head of Austria tells me water would.
It was before that. Before we started talking about Orban.
People not use more than 30 gallons and 30 water, and all those fields that are right now barren, the farmers would have all the water they needed, and you could revert water up into the California. I go to Austria. The head of Austria brittle because no place is like California. I go to Austria, and you have so much.
Where does he say it? Why did you do this to me, Aaron Rupar? Why did you do this to me? He basically, he said, as if Trump didn't stage what happened today. That's true. I mean, this is all, they stage all of these. But in this press conference, he literally said that he would not give California water to fight fires. They changed it. You're going to have water in California at a level you've never seen before. Maybe more important, you're not going to have any illegal immigrants. There was another clip here. Whatever. I'm sorry, guys. The poll numbers slipping away after the debate is only getting worse. Now, there is coming back to, because we were still talking about immigration here. These last two clips about Springfield. So this is Trump, I believe, yesterday.
Did you denounce the bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio?
I don't know what happened with the bomb threats. I know that it's been taken over by illegal migrants, and that's a terrible thing that happened. Springfield was this beautiful town, and now...
So that's a, no, I don't denounce the bomb threats, keep it going, is what that says. It's when you say, in response to, what do you think about the bomb threats in the town that occurred after you started talking about immigrants in that town, and then you answer that by continuing to do the fear-mongering misinformation about immigrants in said town, that's saying, please continue calling in bomb threats, because they hate you, they don't care about you, he hates all of you. He looks upon us with disdain. The man is a billionaire. Billionaires don't care about you. They care about their money. And that's him essentially endorsing the bomb threats. Now, this just happened today, and this is J.D. Vance essentially admitting that they created... Yes, he does, I'm sorry. This is J.D. Vance essentially admitting that they created this entire story, that this wasn't real at all.
Just once and for all, you, again, started this in part by saying that, which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the first-hand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention.
Prior to Donald Trump and I tweeting cat memes, if I have to create a story for the media to pay attention, just let's hear that again.
I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. You had one interview with her. You talk about pushing back against me, Dana. You didn't push back against the...
Even mainstream media and everyone else, even conservatives have seen this as a big L for, J.D. Vance, who seems to be one of the biggest liabilities the Trump campaign could ever possibly have, admitting to the fact that they made it up. I've seen right-wingers saying that on Twitter, and they don't believe in any form of reality, and that's the shock, The
fact that she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just said that you're creating a story.
Public policy, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just said that you're creating a story.
Public policy.
Sir, you just said that you're creating the story.
What's that, Dana?
He absolutely heard her the first time and sat there and pretended to not hear her the second time because he's trying to think of an answer, just so you know. Because prior to this exchange, we saw earlier that there wasn't like a delay between them talking. They could just hear each other. Maybe like half a second, not that long. That was, I'm sitting here to think and I'm going to pretend like I can't hear you.
You just said that this is a story that you created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not
Dana, it comes from first-hand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create...
You're creating the American media focusing on it. That's not even a grammatically, correct sentence. It's so funny. It's so very clear that he did not mean to just say that, and I was like, oh shit.
20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Her policies did that, but yes, we created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about this story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
So, admission. Oh, oops. Now, Now, after all of this, today we had a Klan rally in Springfield. Foreigners and Haitians out. I'm not gonna say there's no place in America for this filth. We don't need more police officers. We need mass deportation in caps. I mean, Trinity White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. More information and an application. Klan line. I mean, you know. Where'd you go? Hey, come back. The Proud Boys. Doing their little rally. When I say these people are Nazis, they're Nazis. Now, this is in regards to Aurora, Colorado. Another lie, so the lie here for Aurora, Colorado is that Venezuelan gang members that are also illegal immigrants stormed into and took control of an apartment building by force with guns. This was denied by people who live in the apartment building, the company that owns the apartment building, as well as the mayor of the city. It's just not true. But they say it anyway. They've been saying this is old too. This isn't like brand new. Imagine all the African Americans that well, that's the thing. They already are. In fact, I can't show this whole thing, but I can show the opening, I believe. No, that's not the one. Just give me a moment. This is important. I want you to see it. I believe it's here. Aha, here we go. So, this was posted by Russian agent Benny Johnson. This is a YouTuber asking Springfield people about the pets disappearing. Howdy, Jamie. Or James LaBouffe. Sorry, I read that as Jamie. The I and the M switched places. Now, so this right here is again from known Russian agent Benny Johnson, and it is a video of a YouTuber who walked around Springfield asking people about the pets situation. And this is how it opens. To reply to your message about how African Americans get swept up into this, it's very clear.
Don't wave at me, you sorry f***ing sand monkey.
There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods, collecting cats, skinning them and eating them.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless f***ing sand monkeys.
Again, not even the right slur, but that is directed at African Americans. You know, they. I don't know. I don't know who this YouTuber is. I've never seen this. We're talking about how the right wing has gone full mass hysteria on immigration and are making shit up and lying at the expense of everyone and regular people's lives. So this is just like, yeah, well, that's why I can't show the whole clip, because this is content ID. But first, we watched 13 seconds, and we got 3 or 4 slurs directed specifically, or 2 of them at least directed specifically at black people. No, actually, I think it was 3 slurs. Who knows? I'm not gonna watch it again, but you get my point. You know, these people are monsters. These are evil. Evil people believe the things that these people do. And no, I'm not saying the people that said that in the video. Those aren't the evil ones. Those are the misled ones. These people, the people who push it, Tucker Carlson, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, these people are evil. They're actual demons. Now, again, about Aurora, Colorado, which is another fake instance, but...
The Venezuelans have taken over. I mean, and they walk in with guns, the biggest guns that I've ever seen. They had guns that were Supreme. They call them Supreme guns, AK-47 Supreme. They have stuff. I don't know where the hell they get this stuff. They come in. They've taken over.
You know how they get the stuff? They paid the extra $2 for the Supreme upgrade. Jesus Christ, come on.
They're in the real estate business, let's put it that way. And that's just the beginning. It's going to get really bad, okay?
This conference that he did today was kind of one of the most like Hitler I've seen him in a long time. It's really bad. And again, I'm just saying what he's saying here is a lie. This did not happen.
You know, you have a sheriff with a deputy or something, and you got 30 guys with AK-47s and all these horrible, I mean, big stuff.
This comes from a clip of 3 guys. 3. One of them had a gun, and they were in the apartment building. That's about as true. That is the extent of the truth. Is there were 3 Venezuelan guys. At least one of them belonged to a gang, and they were in this apartment building, and at least one of them had a gun. That's the truth. That's it. Everything else is made up. Every single thing else. They left too. They didn't take over the building. None of that.
And they're taking over. And it's not, let me tell you, we're not letting it happen. This, if you look.
So yeah, they'll just lie to you. They'll just lie to you. And again, the Nazis love this shit. Because that is what they do, you know?
In addition to Aurora, Colorado, there's a place called Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about. 20,000 illegal Haitian immigrants have descended upon the town of 58,000 people, destroying their entire way of life. This was a beautiful community, and now it's...
Notice the language. That, first of all, the numbers keep changing about how many illegal immigrants. Yeah, you know, absolutely. But it's they're descending on your homes. They're an invading army. They're a horde.
It's horrible what's happened. Enrollment on the state's Medicaid and food assistance programs have soared. Motor vehicle accidents have skyrocketed. Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese.
One picture of a guy holding a goose that wasn't even in that town. That's it. They will just make shit up. So at this point now, just so you know, because you mentioned the goose, the picture, we've all seen it. The guy walking, holding the goose by the neck, not in Springfield, Colorado. Now think about this. If you have dark skin, dark enough skin to look like you might be an immigrant, anything you do now in public, someone could just take a photo of you that looks kind of sussy and weird, and you could end up the center of the next right-wing, you know, hysteria, the conspiracy online. You could be the one getting, you know, bomb threats called to your workplace because someone saw a video of you petting a cat on the side of the road and picking it up, and in the photo it looks like, I don't know, it looks weird. It doesn't matter. Reality doesn't matter to these people. It's not about that. It's about creating an atmosphere in which you are afraid. They want you to be scared. Goose, I've never had goose before. I think I've had duck once. I'm not a fan. I don't like turkey much either. Not really chicken either. I'm not big on meat. I'll eat meat, but I don't eat fish though. I will say no fish.
You know where the geese are? In the park, in the lake. And even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog's been stolen.
Blatant
this
lies.
can only happen.
Blatant
These people are the worst before.
These people are the worst. I really wanted to know what he was going to say immediately after that. Missed this one.
Invasion. It's like a military invasion. We're being conquered and we are being occupied by a foreign element. It's like.
I mean, it's just scaremongering.
Return to the White House. We will require that all companies receiving federal housing subsidies to verify citizenship. We're going to verify citizenship. We're going to make sure that it's a legal residency. And as a condition of their rental agreements, they're going to have to do all of it. Taxpayers will not subsidize apartment rentals for illegal aliens, and we will not permit illegals to drive up the cost for.
I'll give it a go. Everything he's saying here is, again, as Aaron reports, it's stoking more hatred, is misleading at best, and towards the end it just gets real bad, like right here.
Permit illegals to drive up the cost for Americans.
That's a lie. Illegal immigration reduces the price of your goods. These people work and they produce goods in the country. It is not driving up the price of anything to have illegal immigration. In fact, it's better for us and worse for them to have them here illegally. If we were benefiting them, then we'd have to make them citizens.
In addition, I will ban all mortgages for illegal aliens. You can't have it.
There is no bank, none, no bank in the world that will give you a mortgage loan, a fucking mortgage loan, if you don't have a visa, or at least you would have to prove to this bank that not only can you pay for this, that you're going to be allowed to stay in that country long enough to pay it off. There is zero fucking bank in the world that would do that. It's not even just cooked. He knows that these are lies. He knows when he's lying. He knows. Everyone else, I'm not so sure. It depends on person to person. Sometimes I think that they're dumb and they believe it, and sometimes I think maybe they do know. Donald Trump knows when he's lying. He's not stupid. He just acts stupid. He just has no morals and doesn't believe anything. All he wants is money and attention. That's all he cares about. He doesn't have any ethics internal that he thinks about. None of that. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I promise we're almost done with this immigration stuff, and then we can get to making fun of Laura Loomer. I'm back.
That moment when you realize that you didn't take your ADHD meds this morning. No wonder I keep jumping all over the place today. That's not fun. Oh, by the way, you guys be patient with me a little bit this week. Changing my sleep schedule so dramatically is much more difficult than I thought. I think the right wing ignore the entire generation that are lost in the sauce, not able to work, while blaming the problems created from that on the people. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, you are. You're just fully right. But beyond that, there's a second layer of disdain for people out. America still has leftover Islamophobia from 9/11, right? Like, that never went away. We nationally did not just allow Islamophobia. We all, I mean, not all, obviously some of us suffered from it, but most of us actively engaged with it. I mean, there were songs. It was everywhere. This was after we got attacked, you know? Prior to 9/11, you guys need to understand something. I don't know how old some of you are. After World War II, there was a period of calm between us and everyone else, and it didn't last very long. We entered the Cold War with the Soviets. In the 90s, when the Soviet Union fell, as America, we had this idea that we are undefeated. Nobody can touch us. We're the boss. We're the best. We win. We won World War II. We won the Cold War. Hooray, America, and fuck everybody else. And so when we got attacked a little over a decade later, or actually a little under a decade later, so to say, it not only shocked, I mean, the shock doctrine, literally written because of what happened here. It shocked us when we were attacked. And that shock was harnessed, amplified, magnified, and no, it's okay, Blue Brother. Yeah, Jesus Christ. That's okay, Blue Brother. This is all going to be on YouTube anyway, and the VOD will be on Twitch. So feel free to watch it later if you like, but I appreciate you joining in. But so my point here is, once 9/11 happened, we had this shock, and it was harnessed, amplified, magnified, and pointed directly at every single Muslim in the country. I was 5 years old when 9/11 happened. I was 5. I lived in New Jersey in kindergarten. I could literally see the smoke from my house. I couldn't see the building. It was more downtown, but I could see it from my balcony. And I was 6 years old, I remember, in first grade, getting called Turkish terrorist because my parents were Muslim. I was under 14. I went to New York City with my dad, and just standing on an escalator at the Port Authority bus terminal, talking to my father, some guy turns around and says, "Go back to where you came from," because we were speaking in Turkish. We encouraged this kind of behavior. And so there is a holdover of this Islamophobia. And there's also the holdover of Southern racism towards Black people, you know, a holdover from segregation, slavery, Jim Crow, all of that. These things also throughout the early 2000s, even during the Bush administration, we constantly heard about the border. This is why I like to say Republicans will love to whine about immigration and the border, but they will never actually do anything to fix it because it's good for the country. And now that's a little incorrect because Donald Trump will do something from the border, and it will hurt the country because he actually, his base hates immigrants now. They've riled them up to that point, and now that's intertwined with the
the leftover like racism for black people and the racism for Muslim people, and it's all becoming one thing. I'm so sorry that you have to live in Germany, Blue Brother. Hope you're safe, and fuck the AFD. I don't know what else to say to you guys right now. Took a big L over there. Hopefully, we don't join you in the L corner. I mean, who knows? France beat France had the left coalesce and win against Le Pen, and they still got fucked over. I mean, it's the liberals. They'll always fuck you over. Liberals will choose to work with Nazis, with conservatives, as long as it's against leftists, socialists, even just non-socialist left, like Soc Dems. Even then, liberals will always, because liberals would be like the true, like Macron centrist liberals are better suited as conservatives because they basically are conservatives with just little social issue differences. They don't like the economics of the left. They don't want to give up money and power and redistribute society to be more fair. And so they will always work with the right. And this is the same in every country. Whether you're from America or from Germany or from France, the libs will fuck you over in favor of the right if you go too socialist. Hence why I am, as much as I think Tim Walz in his heart is, I don't think he's a socialist, but maybe like a socialist leaning liberal. When What do you mean? What was to my... I'm confused, Blue Brother. Fun fact, Australia has an external Islamic territory with cool flags sort of similar to the Turkish flag. What's that territory called? Cheeseburger? I mean, I know Australia has territories. I know we have islands that we do not so great things with. Oh, for anyone that doesn't know, Australia has an island where we keep our illegal immigrants in detention, and it's called Christmas Island. Sounds real nice. It's not. Coco Keeling. I feel like I've heard that before. I have to see this flag now. I mean, I googled the island, and the island looks pretty. This is not similar. I mean, the crescent moon is similar to the Turkish flag, I guess, but lots of Muslim countries have that. This is an interesting flag, though. I really think it's cool because it's a mix of, they have the southern, that's not the Southern Cross, actually. No, it is. It is. They have the Southern Cross from the Australian flag. They have the crescent moon indicating that these people are of, oh, sorry, I didn't have the screen up. So the Southern Cross, the crescent flag indicating that these people are Muslim, and this tree on the island that I imagine relates directly to that island. Jesus, that's a expensive flight. Where is this on a map? Come on. I just don't know if Maps is instantly going to open to where I am, and I don't want that, so give me a second. Interesting. They are out there. So Christmas Island. This is where we hold our illegal immigrants in detention. Used to be a rubber plantation or maybe palm oil. Yeah, I saw industrial factory pictures there. Seems like the type of thing a colonizing power would do. Is make people on an island. Understand you're interested to talk about... I mean, this is kind of what this channel is for, Blue Brother, is talking about politics. So... let's finish off with what we were saying. So this is from the woman who is behind an early Facebook post. Oh my god, sorry, autoplay from Twitter. I didn't notice that it was still going when I put my earbud in. I hope that wasn't going on for too long. But this is about the woman behind an early Facebook post that helped spark baseless rumors about Haitians eating pets told NBC News that she feels for the immigrant community. I love showing right-wing Aussies that cooks them. I mean, yeah, I could see it. Now, first of all, I just wanted to say, it is weirdly refreshing to have someone like the fact, because she is a right-winger, right? To be the type of person that is in Facebook group chats and responsible for a post that sparks something like this. She is a right-winger. She's a Trump supporter. But she didn't mean for this to happen. And so when it did, she came out and she talked. I mean, I don't know if she apologized. I haven't watched the clip, but to be able to go on national television and say, oh, yeah, sorry about, the former president talking about Haitians eating dogs. That's kind of my fault, is incredibly brave and good for her. Take responsibility. It doesn't minimize any of the damage that she's done, but fuck, I missed seeing someone doing the right thing from their side. You don't see it very often at all.
Amplification during the debate of a baseless online claim that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio are eating local pets has now led to a flood of threats in the city. Last night, organizers were forced to cancel a meeting at their Haitian community center. NBC's Maggie Vespa is in nearby.
I oppose Trump, but Trump is just a puppet, Blue Brother. He's a step. He's a tool. It's the groups behind Trump. I mean, they're fascists and a lot of them are Nazis, but they're the bourgeoisie. They're the rich. They are funded. The Heritage Foundation, the entire right wing has been flooded with this ideology that even if you took Trump away right now, there's still more than 100 million Americans that need re-educating because they're genuinely stupider than they were before. MAGA makes you physically dumber. I know this to be true. I talked about this earlier with QAnon. QAnon absolutely makes you dumber because the way QAnon works is that it uses specific tactics. Thank you. Much appreciate the follow. QAnon uses very specific tactics to get you to believe something. I don't know if you've ever seen the QAnon indoctrination videos where they're using incredible. Well, JD Vance would be way worse, but JD Vance would never gain enough popularity to gain power on his own. JD Vance is cringe and has done nothing but damage to the Trump campaign since he was picked. Thank God Donald Trump picked JD Vance. Thank you to whichever one of his sons made that idea happen. The guy has become the biggest liability for the Trump campaign. But what I want to say here is they're using actual mind control techniques. The QAnon indoctrination videos, it takes like 10 seconds to find them if you want to Google them, by the way. I'm not putting it up on stream. First of all, the images are gonna, get me banned because they're violent, but what they use is it'll have someone talking in a very stable, slow, monotone voice. It'll have binaural beats in the background, like hypnotic noises. It's built to attack your ability to critically think. They'll show you disturbing images really suddenly with no warning. The music will get loud and scary when that happens. Then it cools off whenever they're talking about Trump. These they're literally made to change how your brain is working. I want studies done on this. I don't know how you can. I mean, you'd have to have started some studies beforehand or something. Some people, I'm sure there's therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists out there who had a patient that they worked with prior to them becoming QAnon and have some notes. I need this to be like a compiled study because I know this to be true. that it physically changes your brain chemistry. It rewires the grooves in your little brain to make connections that you wouldn't have made before. They're dumber now than they were before. And not only are they dumber, they're hateful because it's all used to create this mindset. That's most people. I mean, that's more than most Americans, honestly. So, this is about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, that are being said to be eating dogs and doing human sacrifices and witchcraft. And you missed earlier when I talked about it, but basically they saved the city. These people saved this town by moving there and working. And now there's bomb threats being called into schools, city hall, hospitals. There was Nazis marching, Ku Klux Klan and the Proud Boys, both different variations of white supremacy and Nazism, did marches. It's been horrible. So let's just hear what the woman who started all of this by accident has to say, and then I want to move on because we got a lot more Trump clips and Laura Loomer to talk about and make fun of. And I was gonna bring up more about the Melbourne protests that I covered last week, but I may not have the time. We'll see how we go.
By Columbus, Ohio. Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Willie, good morning. Yeah, a slew of headlines coming out of Springfield. And actually the latest overnight, Wittenberg University in Springfield canceling all in-person activities on campus after administrators said they received an email threatening a potential shooting on campus, specifically targeting members of the Haitian community. And in the safety alert that went out overnight to students and staff, administrators referencing that local uptick in...
I don't mind at all. You can, once I put this out there, you can do whatever you want with it. I don't copyright, everything's Creative Commons. You can take my video, you can make another video out of it. I do not mind. If you want to practice your English with it, that's wonderful. You could come join the Discord, and chat with others there. I also know of an English learning Discord as well that I could link you to if you like. But happy to have you as part of the community. What do you think is going to happen when you start talking about immigrants are destroying your town, they're raping your women, they're eating your dogs, they're sacrificing human? What do you think is going to happen other than bomb threats and violence? Violence is the only possible outcome of that. Fear and frustration, as it says here, is a way of controlling people, right? It's how the right wing maintains its control over the base, is it makes them afraid of things. However, when you make people too afraid, they're not going to sit and wait for someone else to fix the problem. They're going to think that they need to fix the problem. And this is what that looks like to people that are afraid, angry, and generally pretty malicious type of people when it comes to immigrants or people of color, and ones that statistically own the most weapons in the United States. By the way, I will continue to say this. I don't care if you don't like guns. I don't care if you're a leftist. I don't care if you experienced a school shooting in your life and lived through it, which, by the way, I'm sorry, that really sucks. But you should buy a gun. The only time you should not buy a gun in these circumstances, if you are likely to harm yourself or others, don't buy a gun. If you can safely and rationally have a gun, buy a gun. Because right now, all of the guns, the Nazis have them. The crazy fucking Nazis that work with militias and try and police areas themselves, the ones that tried to overthrow the government, they have all the guns. What could I add beside the points you just mentioned? Add to what? Add to, yeah, I have no idea what you mean.
Threats.
I know English isn't your... Ich spreche kein Deutsch. You should come into the Discord. I'll practice German with you and you can practice English with me.
against area schools, government buildings, and hospitals. All of this since Tuesday's debate, when former President Trump on stage repeated that viral and local officials stress baseless claim that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, are stealing and eating people's pets. And again, Springfield officials say that is patently false and there is no evidence or reports.
And again, it's gotten worse because just today, Tucker Carlson went out and said, no, these people come from a country where the dominant religion is witchcraft and they're doing human sacrifices. They're pushing these people towards full Nazism. I mean, demons, I tell you. These people are demons. They're ghouls. They grew out of an egg that was buried under the ground on, I don't know, the burial site of 1,000 witches that were burned. And they hatched out of this egg and had weird leathery wings that just fell away. That kind of shit, all right? These people are like biblically evil. It's fucking Nazis.
To support that claim. But nevertheless, the uptick in threats was enough last night to force members of the Haitian community
I've never seen that.
to cancel what was supposed to be an in-person meeting at their community center where people wanted to talk about how all of this has been impacting them. People telling us outside what was supposed to be the meeting that they've been getting threatening phone calls. Parents have been keeping their kids home from school. And then we heard this story.
I was talking to my friend like recently and said one of the Haitian guy got punched.
Wait, this isn't about the, god damn it. I wish I had seen that before. Alright, screw you. Yes, we've seen JD Vance double down. The woman behind an early Facebook post spreading a harmful and baseless claim about Haitian immigrants eating local pets and that helped thrust a small Ohio city into the national spotlight says she had no first-hand knowledge of any such incident and is now filled with regret and fear as a result of the ensuing fallout. Quote, "It just exploded into something I didn't mean to happen." Erica Lee, a Springfield resident, said to NBC News on Friday, again, incredibly brave to have your name out there saying, yeah, I didn't mean to start this, but it's kind of my fault. Especially considering it's her community. I mean, not her community isn't like the town, but her community on her Facebook group and her broader political community that are committing the crimes. On her town. Towns which happen to have names like Springfield get threats because of Trump. Well, actually, I'm sure other Springfields probably have threats too, but this specific Springfield has threats because of what Donald Trump said at a debate. Yes. He said that they were eating the people's dogs, stealing them and eating them. And it's just gotten significantly worse since then. Lee recently posted on Facebook about a neighbor's cat that went missing, adding that the neighbor told Lee that she thought the cat was a victim of an attack by Haitian neighbors. That's all they had. That was the basis of all of this, is that a Facebook post about a neighbor's cat that went missing. And the neighbor told the person, Erica Lee, who created the post, that she thought that the cat was the victim of an attack by her Haitian neighbor. Nothing about eating cats. Again, this started with like Donald Trump saying dogs, but it was always cats. Nothing. No evidence. No, not even a rumor. They made up the eating the cats part. Cat turns up 3 days later. Yeah, well, that's kind of how it is. You know, if you lose your cat, just kind of leave. Like if your cat runs out of your house, look for them. But don't freak out for a couple of days. If you can't find them, just leave food and water out. Usually your cat will come back. They know where they live. Generally. So, Lee said she never imagined her post would become fodder for conspiracy theories and hate. Quote, "I'm not a racist," she said through heavy emotion, adding that her daughter is half black and she herself is mixed race and a member of the LGBT community. Quote, "Everybody seems to be turning into that, and that was not my intent. The anti-immigrant fervor in Springfield led to school and municipal building closures." Lee said she pulled her daughter out of school and is now worried about her safety with so much attention on her family. She's also concerned for the safety of the Haitian community, which she did not mean to villainize en masse. Cat plus Trump speech, only one logical explanation. bomb threats on brown people. Brown threats on schools, and it's all brown people. So that's literally a kind of what X plus Trump speech equals bomb threats and immigrant hate. That equation makes sense. Yes, exactly, Blue Brother. Significantly threatened. You might want to rewatch the stream from the beginning after it's done and and watch the bits that you missed, because I covered a bit more in detail there. And it's interesting. It's worth knowing. Because so here's why it would apply to you in Germany. The AfD are Nazis. These people that we're watching, the ones that are, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, the American right wing, are also run primarily by white supremacists, Nazis, and Christian extremists. Those are the three main groups in the GOP that hold substantial power. This affects Germany because the AfD are looking and watching what we're doing. They're going to take some of these tactics and use them on you. They already likely do. Now, I mean, I hope that your AfD is dumb enough to say, like your AfD officials, I don't know what their names are and whatnot. I hope they're dumb enough to say easily disprovable lies that get called out by the media. But unfortunately, even here, that doesn't seem to work. It only, all of this, terrorism, this is stochastic terrorism that's occurring, isn't really pushing Trump down in the polls all that much. He's only down 4 points to Harris right now. I mean, this should be the end of the campaign. The man made up repeated a lie in a speech that led to mass hysteria throughout the country, and people being threatened with bombs, people being threatened in general. I'm sure there's going to be reports of Haitians or just brown people getting attacked in the street over this within the next couple of days. It's just, this is what they do. This is how it works. They weaponize fear of the other to get you to comply. That you might not want to do this, but if you don't, it's going to be so much worse. If you don't do what I'm telling you, even though you don't want to do it, the Haitians will eat your dog. They'll human sacrifice your wife. That's what they're going to do. I'm lucky to live in Lower Saxony. If it was up to me, I'd sell Eastern Germany to the highest bidder. I don't disagree. Honestly, just give it to the Russians so we can build the Berlin Wall again. I'm kidding about the Berlin Wall part, but yeah, give East Germany to the Russians. They're all Nazis anyway, so yeah. Alright, I think that's enough of that. Now, let me pull up some clips. So I don't know if you guys remember, during the debate with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump was asked about whether he had a plan to replace the Affordable Care Act, which he, as president, attempted to remove, I think, more than 30 times throughout his presidency, and has said that he would do it better for years. He was asked by the moderator if he had a plan for what he would do to replace the Affordable Care Act, to give Americans better health care, and if he would share it. And his answer, his reply, which was incredibly funny, was, quote, "I have concepts of a plan." And of course it was ridiculed because, that's you have concepts of a plan? You're running for president, really? Even Republicans thought that was weak. We saw it in in the post-debate favorability polling that I covered all the way at the beginning. Now, Kamala wins on Twitter. By the way, Kamala Harris's social media team, fucking excellent. They do an incredible job with these clips. Almost all of them are bangers. So, I actually saw this video from someone else, but I could only find it from Kamala Wins after. Yeah, that's wrong, Cheeseburger. I would just eat it cold. Why would you reheat pizza for breakfast? Cold pizza is breakfast food, reheated pizza is lunch food, and like fresh pizza is dinner food. Come on. You should know this. This is basic common sense here. So this is Donald Trump talking about his brilliant plan for healthcare all the way back since 2016. Up until I have concepts of a plan.
We have no choice but to absolutely replace Obamacare, and we're going to come up with a much better plan. We're going to come up with a great health plan. And this is a great plan. I actually think it will get even better. But very importantly, it's a great plan. Wait till you see the plans.
So many times. Like, we're already in 2018, 2 years, still doesn't have a plan, still will be a great plan. Notice, there is no is a great plan. This is all hypothetical. I'm disappointed in you, Cheeseburger.
Coming out literally over the next 4 weeks. We have a plan coming out, an additional plan.
Coming out in the next 4 weeks. Didn't come out, did it?
In a very short period of time. We're going to have fantastic health care, and the plan is coming out over the next 4 weeks. We already have the concept of...
Wait, hold on. How long had passed since the last time he had said that? So this was... this is the American way. So this was May 20th, 2019. I would love to go back to 2014. I didn't like Obama, but I liked the Obama era of living. 2014 was not a bad year, you know? It was all right. I was in college.
We have coming out literally over the next 4 weeks.
So this was 5/10, 2018. And when he said it again later...
We're going to have...
5/20. Okay, so 10 days later. Trump supporters are they're a cult, not quite a religion, but very similar concepts. Blue Brother, they genuinely are a cult. In fact, Donald Trump has started acting more like a cult leader. He's using the cult to coax women. I mean, we'll get to it when we get to it. 2010s were pretty good.
Fantastic health care, and the plan is coming out over the next 4 weeks. We already have the concept of the plan, and it'll be much better health care with the plan. Yeah, well, we'll be announcing that in about 2 months. We're signing a health care plan within 2 weeks.
9 years after you first started
Within 2 weeks, and this one was when? Hold on.
We're signing a health care
This was 2 months after he said it'll be out in the next 4 weeks.
plan within 2 weeks.
9 years after you first started running. Do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was loud.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan.
We have concepts of a plan. No one puts the con in concepts like Donald Trump.
That's embarrassing, man. 2016 to 2024. I have a plan. We're gonna make a great plan. We're gonna make a wonderful plan. I have concepts of a plan. It's so weak. I'd argue they're no longer a cult. Nah, that's an interesting debate, actually. I want to think about that some more. I don't necessarily know that the number of people in the cult qualifies it as a religion, but the distinction between the two is an interesting subject to explore. I'd like to do that at some point. I'll have a think. Now, also, oh my god, that's why it kept messing me up. Link changed. Where is my Charlottesville clip?
Numbers now.
There we go. Does it again? It does it whenever I move it to this page. Rude. Okay, I guess we're gonna do it like this then. If you're gonna be like that.
So the numbers now,
I
think
got
he
you.
corrected me 11.
I am better than you in every single way. I'm the GOAT. I am God. Fuck you, Elon Musk and Twitter. All right. Let's take us from the top. So this is about Charlottesville, and if you don't know about Charlottesville, it was a Nazi rally that the right wing did, and I'll show you a clip of it in a second.
So the numbers now, I think he corrected me 11 times. Of the 11 times, I don't think he had the right to correct me at all. Didn't correct her once. Like on Project 2025, I have no idea about, it had nothing to do with me.
He says he has nothing to do with it. He'll still continue to say this. J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for Project 2025. Most of the writers and those who work on Project 2025 in the Heritage Foundation worked for the Trump campaign and worked in the Trump administration. Yes, someone did run someone over at Charlottesville. In fact, I don't know if you saw it in my little source document, there was a little arrow next to that link and said cut clip when you see the car, because I can't show that.
He didn't correct her. He knew that. Charlottesville, nothing was done wrong.
Nothing was done wrong.
Read my statement one more sentence and you would have seen that. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, Jesse. Like on Project 2025.
Yeah, so Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham are his citations for why people should believe that Charlottesville, no one did anything wrong. No, Blue Hair Brother, I understand your perspective there. I don't necessarily disagree with it. I don't actually know how I feel about that. I wanna process that and think and see, because I don't necessarily think that would be enough to make it a religion. But I'm curious of what the criteria here would be that I would create.
Greg Gutfeld.
And it's fine being an atheist. I'm not a theist.
They all took that and they corrected it many times.
Yeah. So Charlottesville did nothing wrong is what he's saying, and other white supremacists have also said so. Is his backup there? So let's have a look at what actually happened during Charlottesville. This was be prepared for some graphic imagery. Jews will not replace us, walking and screaming with your tiki torches. Nothing was done wrong. Man, I forgot how bad this was. It's been so long that it was really bad.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
Nothing was done wrong. He said there were fine people on both sides. Make the quality of this go up any higher? No. Yeah, kinda. Blue Brother, this is the same thing. I mean, you can see it, right? It's pretty fucking obvious. Alright, can't show that. This car runs into this crowd and a person died as a result. Let's see how far back I can get. Nope. Cool, it was too blurry. None of you saw anything. There was nothing there. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
You also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me.
There were very fine people on both sides.
Saw the same pictures as you did.
I saw the same pictures as you did. Did you see, I mean, I take that as the Jews will not replace us looks just fine to him.
Had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue.
It was a statue of like a Southern Confederate general. It was literally a statue of an American traitor. These people, those images as a German really terrified you. Yeah, you know what? Just knowing that you as a German were terrified by that terrifies me, because it's gotten so much worse than that. That was almost, what, like a decade ago? It was like 6-7 years ago? It's gotten so much worse since then. Hold on, what was I saying?
There to protest the taking down.
They were there to protest the statue of a traitor to the United States, someone who literally fought a war to not be part of the United States. It was a Southern Confederate general. And these people went to protest the taking down of that statue and did that. Just a little refresher, just so it never leaves your mind again.
Will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
That was the result of... They were there to protest a literal traitor statue being removed. But none of that matters. They weren't really there for the statue. They were there to be open and proud Nazis. This moment in American history was wild, because this was the first time in a very, very, very long time that we saw open, outward Nazi racism. I mean, not even just Nazi-esque racism, but just open, outward hatred of... it was Jews. This was the first, like, actual instance of, holy shit, those are anti-Semitic Nazis, like proper, like full-on German Nazis. We hadn't had that before. And this was the first time where we had them showing their faces. This emboldened them. Because prior to this, you'd have your, like, internet 4chan Nazis, but none of them would ever say that shit in person to someone's face. And after this event is when that changed. This made them feel okay being open about being a Nazi. I wonder if any... Look, I don't think so. There's not going to be a secession. People seem passionate on both sides to take the L. We're not going to have a second civil war. It's not going to happen. They're not seceding. Texas might want to, as much as, like, they love to scream about it. They could not manage without us. There is no U.S. state that could... Maybe if, like, the entire West Coast seceded, they could be their own little, like, Saudi Arabia nation, built on Texas drilling oil and fracking, I guess. Maybe. At best. And that's not adding in the fact that most of that land is going to be a desert in the next 20 years anyway. So, again, after we watched this was what Donald Trump had to say about it yesterday.
On Project 2025, I have no idea about... It had nothing to do with me. He didn't correct her. He knew that. Charlottesville, nothing was done wrong. Like on Project...
Nothing was done wrong. A person was killed. And, I mean... Nothing was done. I don't know what else to say to that, other than, like, really, it's very, very obvious. Give me 1 second. Open some more links. This was from this morning. Incredibly funny. Just in all caps, I hate Taylor Swift. Clearly the Harris endorsement's really getting under his skin. I think he really wanted Taylor Swift to endorse him. He was using merch, like, of her, AI generated merch of her in his campaign illegally. She even mentioned it in her endorsement of Kamala Harris. So I do believe that Donald Trump does hate her. And I don't think she likes him very much. All right, on to the funniest portion of today's stream. Just give me 1 moment. So, for those of you who don't know, this hag, If Trump gets reelected, I'd fear the U.S. won't be. No, yeah, it's not a fear, Blue Brother. They've openly explained how they're going to dismantle democracy. They plan it. There's a 900-page document online. You could just Google it. They've released it themselves on how they're going to systematically take destroy the country and make it essentially a monarchy. The meme on the right is they used to call Donald Trump, instead of POTUS, they would call him God Emperor. Geodis, God Emperor of the United States. It would be really funny if he only got 5%. It would be incredibly funny. Fuck, oh my god, just thinking of a entirely blue map. Have you guys seen that image of what this election would look like if only women got to vote? Because it's all blue. Every single state is blue if only women got to vote. If only people under the age of 25 got to vote, it would be a landslide. It wouldn't be all blue, it'd be mostly blue. It's the older people are generally the ones that are much more aligned to Donald Trump. The people that remember him as a reality TV star, remember him from Home Alone, and like the lovable New York billionaire. They still have that image of him in their mind. They have no concept of where he is, where he fits into reality. I was just gonna show some clips of this woman, but I think I need to read like a little explainer for you guys so you know who the fuck this person is, because she wasn't relevant to politics for like a little while until somewhat recently, after she last got deplatformed. So Laura Elizabeth Loomer is is not an African, although it would be funny. The ones with hedge fund investing. Yeah, you're not wrong. Didn't read it, but I'm still very familiar with the idea of that document. Yeah. It's pretty bad, Blue Brother. It's a really long read, and it will hurt your brain to do so. It's the way that it's written is like reading a Twitter post. They're complaining about the woke and DEI, all this other shit. But back to the topic at hand. Laura Elizabeth Loomer is an American far-right political activist, conspiracy theorist, internet personality, and ghoul. Hag, not a ghoul. That's an insult to ghouls. She's a sea hag. So she was the Republican nominee to represent Florida's 21st congressional district in 2020, losing to the Democrat. She tried again in 2022, also lost. She describes herself as being, quote, pro-white nationalism and a, quote, proud Islamophobe. Loomer gained notoriety as a result of being banned from numerous social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, payment processors, vehicle for hire like Uber and Lyft, food delivery mobile apps for various reasons, including violating policies on hate speech and posting misinformation. All around just like an evil succubus of happiness. Sea hag, really. She's an amalgamation of all these things. When she was in college, she tried to start a club called Sympathetic Students in Support of the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria as an op to try and get you could probably get it translated to German to read it. But yeah, so she tried to create a fake pro-ISIS group in her university as an op to try and get leftists and liberals to join so that she could out them on social media. Obviously, that didn't happen. Now, James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, a right-wing organization known for producing secretly recorded and deceptively edited undercover audio and video investigations. They make fake news propaganda. They're the ones that made... I don't know if you guys were... well, some of you might not know this because you're international, but Cheeseburger. I don't know if you remember the videos from when Trump was president of Planned Parenthood, where it looked like they were chopping up babies into several little bits and like throwing them in bins and whatnot. That was made by these people. Entirely fake. And circulated around the media, made its way up into Congress, where people were right-wing grifters were using it as a citation of like, look at what they're doing. We need to stop this. So, so they released video of the encounter of Laura Loomer trying to set up this university group. They alleged that it captured a university official unfazed by the idea of an on-campus organization to support ISIS. Shortly thereafter, the university suspended Loomer for violating the student code of conduct, and a professor shown in the video filed criminal charges against her for recording him without his knowledge. Just horrible people. According to Hillary Clinton's campaign officials, Loomer and two other women posing as Clinton supporters attempted to entrap campaign workers into accepting illegal cash donations. On the day of the 2016 presidential election, she went to a polling station dressed in a burqa and asked for a ballot under the name of Huma Abedin. These people are fucking insane. She's literally crazy. I don't know what else to say other than just a sea hag, a Nazi, and just insane. Convinced several men she met in a Home Depot parking lot, who she claimed to be undocumented, jumped the fence with her at Nancy Pelosi's Napa, California home. The group set up to tent on Pelosi's lawn to protest immigration before she was removed by police. A few days later, Loomer attempted to interrupt the speaker at the 2019 Women's March, appearing on stage to call the Women's March a Nazi organization. As she was escorted off by security, she shouted, "What about the Jews?" It's interesting. She's one of, like, again, I've said this before, one of the very few that are probably like the actual Jews that are also Nazis, the Jitlers. There's Laura Loomer, there's Chaya Raichik, there's Benjamin Netanyahu. They are Nazis, but they're also, they're Jewish Hitlers. Exactly as such. Now, for what's relevant now, Loomer continued to advocate for the presidential candidacy of Donald Trump, telling the Washington Post, quote, "I'm happy to dedicate all my time to helping Trump because if Trump doesn't get back in, I don't have anything." She has no idea how well, actually, you have no idea how right she is. She does. Loomer was brought as a guest by Trump to Philadelphia, where he engaged in the September 10th presidential debate. There's a lot of, there's rumors by people who are not generally credible, but might be credible in this instance because they're also right-wingers, and this is like internal stuff going on, that she coached Donald Trump on some of the things to say at the debate, which if is the case, thank you. Because if that is the case, she is the reason he started talking about them eating the dogs. So, the following day, Loomer attended events alongside Trump commemorating the 9/11 attacks. Loomer previously endorsed claims that 9/11 was an inside job. According to anonymous sources to the Trump campaign, Loomer reportedly influenced Trump to publicly endorse various false conspiracy theories, including the claim that Kamala Harris hid her black heritage and the claims that Haitian immigrants... Yeah, so she was responsible for that they're eating pets. And we're going to see some of the worst stuff that she's said since. So let's go for the... Yeah. Look, there's already one, at least, happening right now in the world. I don't think we need another. But this hag would absolutely love that.
So malicious, so disrespectful.
No, she's not a hag. She's a wraith. That's what she is. She's a like a monster. This is monstrous. I need to find a good insult. I'm being Trump right now. Fucking auditioning different insulting nicknames to call people. Oh my god.
So disrespectful to Donald Trump and Melania Trump.
Funny, because Melania fucking hates him, and it's incredibly obvious.
They've taken it so far. And if I was a leftist journalist, if I was a Democrat, Oh my God, the media would be up in arms if the Republican media was doing this to a, a left-wing journalist. Oh my God, they're misogynist. They're bullying a woman. They're trying to Monica Lewinsky her.
I mean, you are.
They're demonizing her. They're trying to discredit the fact that she's a working woman. I mean, look, I know that Kamala Harris sucked dick to get where she is today, okay? And she had to sleep with Willie Brown in order to get to the top. But some of us women, right, we actually work hard. Some of us women have no desire.
You work. The fuck are you doing? You're a grifter. Okay. It's incredibly fun. I didn't watch this whole clip because I just got to the incredible misogyny and stopped there. The fact that she claims that she works hard. I was gonna bring this up after, but hold on. This is from Milo Yiannopoulos, known Nazi and, in the inner circle. Laura Loomer is telling our mutual friends that her, quote, intimate relationship with the president led to, quote, the best blowjob of his life. His words, according to Laura. Incredible. Now, again, Milo Yiannopoulos is a Nazi. Misinformation, is kind of their thing. He's a liar. I don't know how much this is true. But, I mean, they don't necessarily attack their own very often. And, I don't know if I believe this or not. I don't necessarily even care. It's just incredibly funny that she says that. And even if that's not true, even if she's not sucking him off, she is very, very clearly essentially worshiping him. She's the only person he's listening to right now, and the only way to get Donald Trump to listen to you is to give him incredible praise and essentially worship the ground he walks on. We know this from past people that have worked with him and have talked about it after the fact.
Desire to have sexual affairs with politicians or men.
Literally zero evidence of such for Kamala Harris. There's plenty of rumors about you, but no one believes any rumor. Obviously, she doesn't believe anything. This is not the face of a human that believes things. This is a vessel for Nazi conspiracism and just outright crazy. She's just a vessel for crazy. You know how when you opened Pandora's box, Hope came out? So did Crazy, and it went straight into Laura Loomer.
With elite political status to climb the ladder. I know that Kamala Harris can't say the same, but, believe.
Now, so that's the misogyny. Now let's get to the racism. Quote, the way they talk is called code switching. Most people do it. Minorities do it more to avoid discrimination for coming off as, quote, ghetto and uncivilized. Laura Loomer, in her attempt to be more German than the Germans, is ignorant of the matter. Sorry. You do one genocide, and for the rest of eternity... No, I'm kidding. Well, actually, I'm not kidding, because that is true. I hope Israel gets that treatment, too, by the way.
The way they talk and their little DEI Shaniqua voices, and it's just very piercing, very...
Oh, you believe that she does believe in what she's saying? Maybe. It changes from time to time. I think it depends for her. I think, I don't know, the time of day and the position of the moon and all, whether she believes what she's saying or not. I don't necessarily think she thinks in her head. She just seems to be, yeah, don't do that. That's unfortunate.
Irritating sound.
How is it, let me just take a guess that they're talking about Springfield. Because if they are, I want to know what the comparison between my coverage of Springfield and theirs is. What was the first distinction?
They all have the same voice. I'm talking about Kamala Harris, Letitia James, and Fannie Willis. All of the
Yes, all black women sound the same.
Meritless
That's what she's saying.
Shaniquas talk the same way. It's very obnoxious.
1 second.
All of the meritless DEI Shaniquas talk the same way.
yes, please do. That's so fucking funny. Like, obviously DEI is a dog whistle for the N-word. But she's just using it interchangeably. Putting DEI immediately after Shaniqua's, sorry, before Shaniqua's, she's just saying the N-word there. That's all she's saying. Hold on, I'm gonna mute everything so that it doesn't autoplay and hear some horrible shit. I mean, to be fair, you guys are gonna see this. That's the thing. I can't play this without you hearing it too.
For those of you, and this is way off topic, so I'm not going to spend much time on it, but for those of you who have family, friends who are bought into this particular delusion, let me clarify something for you. Slavery.
Just first off, why do you need that many guns?
Was a moral good at the time of its inception.
I've heard many a conservative say this. I'm pretty sure I've heard J.D. Vance say this. It's a common way of minimizing damage done by trying to imply that these were. It's the poor savages need to be rehabilitated. It's like in Australia with the stolen kids, where the Australian government would just like take Aboriginal children and give them to white people. Be like, oh, sorry, you're too uncivilized. You're too much of a savage to raise your child. We have to give your child to some white people, so they could, fix them. Yeah, it is an outrageous statement. It unfortunately is not the most outrageous statement I've ever heard, and it's also not the first time I've heard conservatives say this. Not that I'm not going to debate this guy, but this is a pretty stupid argument too. What the argument that he's going to make in favor of it is incredibly easy to disprove.
The prior option was you engaged in tribal war and killed everybody.
Notice how there's literally zero possibility. Yeah, please do that. Based, honestly, you're a hero. Fight the good fight. There's no option here of cohabitation. You guys understand that, right? It's either they are enslaved because it's a moral good, or we have to kill them all. We can't live with them. When, by the way, they weren't there to begin with, there's a reason why they're called African Americans. It's because we took them from Africa and brought them here to use as slaves. This man is so incredibly stupid that, honestly, I would debate this guy just to fucking laugh at him.
Way it's very obnoxious the way that they talk.
Right. So, obviously, saying all black women sound the same is what she's saying. She's a ghoul. So, here's an incredibly offensive post by her. America is upset. We are losing our country to illegal aliens, are raping and killing children, eating people's pets, and the only thing the White House wants to talk about is curry and collard greens. That's so funny. Not this. This is horrible. The fact that you got him to go look for Joe Rogan talking about him is hilarious. This is, I mean, do I have to break this down? Most Americans are not upset. We're not losing our country to illegal aliens. We're losing our country to Nazis. Undocumented immigrants commit less crime than American citizens, including violent crimes and including crimes against children. Yeah, no, it would be a waste of time and effort. It would be funny, though. That's the thing. Debates aren't meant to convince other people they're entertainment. It's a gladiator fight, and I would win. I'm Spartacus, and that's like a little ant that I'm crushing in my hands. So, yes. Undocumented immigrants commit less crimes, including violent crimes. No one's eating anyone's pets. And the White House is not talking about curry and collard greens, and this is just incredibly racist. Obviously, the curry is because she's part Indian, and the collard greens is because she's part black. Is that how you say it? I need a translator. Racism. I meant every word of what I said about Kamala Harris, who panders, blah, blah, blah. Spends more time cooking than talking about policy. The fuck are you even on about here? The world finds your posts offensive. Donald Trump was shot at. He wasn't shot. He got grazed. Getting grazed and getting shot are not the same thing. Go talk to an army vet and ask them that question. Weaponizing of the government literally just means Donald Trump committed crimes and is being prosecuted for them. This was put a bullseye on Trump was said as in make him the center of the campaign, and then Biden also said that was a poor choice of words because immediately, I think it was the same day that the shooting happened, but Biden hadn't known about it yet or something like that. I'm upset that every day I see this cackling communist witch and her colleague with Alzheimer's destroy our country. First and foremost, if fucking only Kamala Harris was a communist witch, let alone. Are you kidding me? If Kamala Harris was not only a communist but had magical powers, witchcraft, I would be experiencing a sensation of pleasure that would last for 4 years. For every second of it. It would just be bliss. That's partially the witchcraft though. Also, Alzheimer's? Where the fuck are you getting that for Tim Walz? And the cackling, again, is because she laughs, which they find annoying, but most Americans find nice. It's joyful.
Hello to all my...
And wokeness, another Nazi account. And this is, I think, the clip that Laura Loomer was referencing with her incredibly racist depiction of how people speak and code switching.
Hello to all my divine nine brothers and sisters. And my soror.
This is cackling, by the way. They think this is cackling and annoying. I think that this brings me joy. This sounds like a normal human being laughing.
Nine brothers and sisters.
A kind, happy human being.
And my soror.
Feeling real joy in their body, which I don't think Laura Loomer has ever... I don't think Laura Loomer has ever experienced real joy. And so that's why she can't, Night, Blue Brother. Good for having you around. Yeah, I don't think she can comprehend something like this.
And
I am almost done. Stream should actually, end in 5 minutes.
My HBCU
but I'm not done
brothers
yet.
and sisters.
I'm not done yet. Jeez, I'm not sure I'm gonna get through all this. So, hey, don't freeze on me like that. Here is Laura Loomer, publicly saying on Tim Pool, Russian agent, live stream, calling for the execution of Democratic officials. This was quite funny because Tim Pool had to cut the stream immediately after. He seems to have a problem with people coming onto his stream and advocating for violence, which keeps getting him in trouble, even though he tells them not to, and it's incredibly funny. But this is very serious. Russian agent and also probably another Russian agent discussing.
Should Democrats be in jail? No question. When Donald Trump gets elected, should he start locking them up? No question. Should there be lists of Democrats that need to go to jail? 100%. And the reason for that is they've committed crimes. We need to make sure that when Donald Trump wins...
Hey, Tim Pool. What crimes? And also, Tim Pool. Foreign Agents Registration Act.
We've got an attorney general, a deputy attorney general, a head of the CIA and the FBI. Kash Patel would be fantastic. We can have attorney general. There's some names floating around. And then they can start having their investigators and the feds issuing subpoenas, pulling up evidence, and with real evidence, bring them to judges for warrants. Then these people can spend three years of their lives fighting tooth and nail for the crime against the government for crimes they committed, and we can prove. Yeah. And the reason why we put them on trial is that we can show the whole world we will uncover what you've done. We will make sure everyone knows. And
again, there is nothing for them. Like, they have tried. You don't think that they have been trying for years to find anything? I mean, like, they got Hunter Biden going to jail, and good, you know, he did commit a crime. There was the thing with Joe Biden that he got off because he was unfit to stand trial. And at the time, I had the opinion of, oh, that's fucked, that's wrong. And then I watched him at the debate, and yeah, no, he is unfit to stand trial. Joe Biden gets away with it because he really is that old and his brain don't work good no more. But they have tried for a very long, anytime anything happens, impeachment, lawsuits, they weaponize the justice system consistently. They just get really, really angry when the justice system does its actual job and finds that they're criminals in a court of law and arrests them. Like Donald Trump with his 34 felony convictions. Although he hasn't been arrested yet, his sentencing isn't soon, but he has several trials. If he loses this election, there's a very good chance, even with the immunity, that he's going to go to prison. And that terrifies them because they all are committing crimes.
You will be held accountable for it.
Not just jail, they should get the death penalty. You know, we actually used to have the punishment for treason in this country.
And then the stream goes down because Tim Pool has to press the emergency button because this hag is calling for the death penalty on Democrat officials, on government officials that they disagree with. Death penalty. Death penalty. Now hold on, I want to find a clip of Tim Pool just to play for you guys. I played this on stream before, but I want to play it again. Here we go. So, this, wow, actually, a very, very long thread. I'll have to look into this whole thread. And, yeah, you know what? I'm going to look into this entire thread, and I'll have this on next stream, because this seems to be a deeper dive and breakdown into these influencers and content creators that worked with Tenet Media and are alleged to be Russian agents. Yes, Nextrum. But, let's just have a look at Tim Pool talking and note that he denied that he was working for Russia, even though he's getting paid $100,000 per episode for saying shit like this.
And they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war.
Yes, Ukraine is one of the biggest enemies of the United States.
Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline.
Pretty sure Russia did
triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world.
Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and the world. Famously not Russian agent Tim Pool. It would be insane. I mean, to be fair, look, the best case scenario for him is that he was unaware and he's just really stupid and easily. That's his best case scenario, is the argument that I'm just really dumb and I couldn't tell. I don't know how likely that is, but it's not getting any better than that. I'll tell you that much. Now, oh, hold on. This is a fucking hilarious video. I only found this morning, and like I nearly cried laughing. So this is Laura Loomer being so annoying, so incredibly annoying, that a Republican congressman pretends to host an auction to drown out her speaking. The most please get this woman to stop talking I've ever seen, and also one of the few instances where I fully support it.
What's she saying? I can't understand her. What? What's she? How about a damn 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, $20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30. Hit $30 down here, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 7 and a half, 40. Hit $40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50. Hit $50 down here, 2 and a half.
Officer, will you escort this young lady out, please?
Hit 2 and a half and now 5, 65, 7 and a half, 70. Up 2 and a half now, 5, 75, 7 and a half, $80 to 5, 85, 90. $100.
He's not bad. He's pretty good at this.
1 1/4, 1 1/2, set about 2, 2 1/4. Hit 2 1/2, set about 3, able to bomb 300. Hit 3 1/4. Hit 3 1/4 now, half, 3 1/2, set about 400. Hit but a 4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. We're selling the cell phone there. 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Hit 4 1/2, 475, 505, 5 1/4, 5 1/2. I yield back.
The whole room laughing at the end after he yields back. This is so funny. This is so why does she have such a large influence right now? She bidding a lot. No, see, you don't understand. The bidding was they're bidding money to never have to listen to her speak again. I'm reposting that. That's too good. It's too good. This is amazing. I just have to hear that laugh again.
5 1/2. I yield back.
How this woman has the influence that she does right now is rare Republican W. And so let's just break this down a little bit more. Before we all jump straight into believing that Trump is cheating on his wife Melania with Laura Loomer, we have to remain calm and consider if Trump is the sort of guy who would cheat on all of his wives at golf, in business, on charities, on his taxes, on the country. Yeah. Look, one photo, like this was the first one I had seen. This one I can forgive. Like this, I mean, it looks weird, like his hands up pretty high on, her side. They're pretty close for a former president and a nobody grifter who hasn't been relevant for years and even been around for years. Interesting development, sure. This is far too close for this to be normal. I mean, like this is not normal, people don't go stand up that close to the former president, look at him like that. This is it's kind of a little bit disrespectful to the office. Maybe it's a little bit of a like deep-rooted American patriotism in me, but it just feels like this degrades the position of the president. I mean, he's not the president, he's a former president, but I don't know. Like, you're married, you're out in public, there's this evil hag of a Nazi, and you're flirting enough to get pictures like this. It's kind of, it is degrading for the country. Also, we always refer to Loomer as Timu Melania, is so funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ivanka's not happy. Laura Loomer and Marjorie Taylor Greene continue arguing. You accused Jews of using space lasers to control the world. You called former executive director of Black Voices for Trump the N-word, according to him. You were attacking Donald Trump with his strongest supporters ahead of the election because you were jealous. Now, she might be. These two are essentially the same person, except one is an elected official and one is not. They're both equally just batshit crazy. I don't know. I think maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene's problem here isn't like they're both racist and hateful. I think she just doesn't like Laura Loomer because A, she probably is a little jealous, but also B, because she's Jewish. I think maybe the fact that Laura Loomer is Jewish might be one of the bigger factors of why. Hold on, just give me a second. I'm looking for one little image. In the meantime, also though, Heartwarming. Elderly man falls in love with his sleep paralysis demon. And I don't know, it feels pretty on point to me. Come on, of course I can't find the clip I'm looking for when I'm looking for it. You're gonna wait. You have to. It's worth waiting for, I promise. I promise it is worth waiting for. I guess it's not worth waiting for because I can't find it. Oopsie. Hate when that happens, when you see like a Twitter post and you're like, I'm not gonna bring that up on stream, it'll be fine. And then you get to the point where you're like, this would kind of work here. It's unfortunate. Now, this is from 2023, I believe. This is just a repost of a different Nazi rally. Let me just see. But at the end, we have a little surprise guest. Yeah, so proper, like, full-on Heiling Nazis. And look, who do we see at the end? It's the sleep paralysis demon, the ghoul. If Twitter wants to load for me. This is rude. This is just disrespectful. How could you do this to me, Twitter? Elon Musk, I personally am blaming you for this. How could you make a site so bad that this is the occurrence? Really? Like, Jesus. Disappointed. No wonder your parents are disappointed in you too. Oh, love that. Are they calling Laura Loomer that? Yeah, they are, I guess. Or I guess they're filming it into the camera. I don't know. But, you know, likes to hang out with Nazis. Now, since all of this has come out and there's been increasing rumors and sentiment, disgust, dismay, conversation, Donald Trump has had to try and distance himself from her. Laura Loomer doesn't work for the campaign. She's a private citizen, longtime supporter. I disagree with the statements that she made, but like many millions of people who support me, she is tired of watching radical left Marxists and fascists violently attack and smear me, blah, blah, blah. I am now in California, which Democrats like Comrade Kamala Harris and Governor Gavin Newsom have completely destroyed. I will turn her around, make America great again. It's the blah, 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 blah. Pretty defensive there. Now, oh yes, here was more clips from this fucking thing. Aha.
Please.
What value do you feel that Laura Loomer brings to you? And has nobody told you about the conspiracy theories that she is promoting?
No, I don't know that much about it. No, I don't. I know she's a big fan of the campaign, but I really don't know. I would say that, well, she brings a spirit to us that a lot of people have. We have very spirited people. And in all fairness to her, she hates seeing what's happened to the country, I guess. I mean, she hates seeing what's happened to the country. So do I. It's very sad. It's very sad when I have to stand out here on my property and say how bad.
Okay. Well, this is interesting. Actually, this is a new occurrence. As I said before, Milo Yiannopoulos and Laura Loomer were kind of feuding a little bit on Twitter. It seems like this is going to get a lot bigger. Open the vault. There were threats that Milo had made, saying that, you know, I have stuff on you. I'm going to release it if you keep talking shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm looking for the actual email that he sent that says more tweets about Marjorie Taylor Greene will not be tolerated. But it does look like it's maybe going to get interesting. His tweets on his page are like incoming, time for cocktails, part 2 tomorrow. They put out this today. What? I think this is just a cover picture, but oh no, hold on 1 second. Shit. Sorry, my whiteboard nearly fell down, and that wouldn't have been great. Yeah, so I'll have a look more into this. This seems like it's gonna get interesting. Yeah, there is like a full X article. Aha. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of stuff here. I'm gonna look into this. Oh wow, this is long. Hold on. Ooh, this is gonna be good. You know what? Fuck it. Let's cover this now. Jesus Christ. Let me get all of the other links out the way. You're gonna fall again. Why? Why does my whiteboard not want to stay on the wall? I have to take it all down. And, that's annoying. Whatever, that's a later problem. Just cleaning everything up, and then we'll go over what Michael Yiannopoulos has dropped on Laura Loomer. I expect this will be interesting. I was going to go over this thread of different potentials and what could happen and what could, where does this come from, what this could mean, but let's just skip all of that. And so I will not be reading this entire Milo is a good drink. I will not be reading this entire article, mostly because it's probably also filled with quite a lot of lies. Maybe like not specifically around Laura Loomer. I feel like he'd probably try and put the truth out here, because this is a smear attack, isn't it? But anything that involves something else, I would take with a grain of salt here. This man is not exactly known for being trustworthy, telling the truth, or overall just being a good person or anything. So yes, there's a second assassination attempt. The president is fine. Laura Loomer is racing to the scene anyway, as she did last time, later claiming that it was the president who wanted her there to comfort him in the aftermath of Thomas Crooks's failed shooting. I'm driving to West Palm Beach, Florida to cover the attempted assassination attempt, blah, blah, blah. How Loomer expects to protect the president isn't clear, given that she's barred from owning a firearm anywhere in the U.S. Wow. What do you have to do to get banned from owning a gun anywhere in the U.S.? Really? I mean, like some states, sure, but well, I suppose a felony would do that, huh? In fundraising emails, Loomer tells her fans that she has been targeted by the FBI for political prosecution. They blacklisted her from owning a gun, she says, which threatens her physical safety. Yeah, I wouldn't give her a gun either. Rather, the fragile mental state that prompted the Bureau to block her possessing a firearm, far from singling her out. The FBI has bent over backwards to gently explain to Loomer why she is not a fit person to own a gun. For instance, a letter sent in 2020 in response to her appeal delicately cited 2 involuntary psychiatric holds her own father, Jeff Loomer, had placed her under in the prior half-decade. So not even all that long ago, half-decade. Laura Loomer's 31. This was 2020, so she would have been 26, so in her 20s. Okay, two involuntary psych holds in her 20s. That's not too bad. I know because I've seen the letter they sent her in response to the appeal. I have a copy of it in my safe in Los Angeles. I know because Jeff, at first reluctant to speak with me, but eventually, once again fearing for his daughter's mental health this week, confirmed it by telephone on Friday. Her dad is apparently frightened of her. I'm not sure how much that's true. Spoke in hushed tones about her emotional volatility and admitted she had attempted suicide several times. I wouldn't allow her to own a gun. Yeah, look, you shouldn't have a gun if you are going to be likely to be hurting yourself or anyone else. This is an email I just received from @Jack at Twitter support. It's almost like they're trying to send me a message. Stop the bias. Hello, Loomer, Laura Loomer. We're writing to you because a concerned individual has recently alerted us to potentially suicidal or self-harming comments posted on your account. Difficult times. You need someone to talk to. I didn't even know Twitter used to do that. That's pretty cool of them. She's been diagnosed with various mental health illnesses. I'm not going to go through what they are. Oh, shit. I don't have the thing on the screen. Why didn't you tell me, Cheeseburger? Not that really it matters. It's just kind of a wall of text anyway, so you don't really need it for me to read it, but same difference. She's driving to the president after he got shot again. 2 psychiatric involuntary psych holds. Suicidal history. Shouldn't own a gun. This seems pretty centered at the very least. It doesn't seem too out of pocket or wild. This stuff I would ignore because, I mean, first of all, bipolar disorder, histrionic disorder, borderline person, these are not, you can't have all of them, okay? That's not how brain works. You don't get all of these at the same time. Yeah, I covered it earlier, Ethoslav. I think that it is incredibly funny, and if you notice immediately after he says that, and he goes on his little rant, and what was her name? Laura something, whoever was doing the interview. When she says, you just said that you're creating stories, he pretends as if there's a delay. He sits there silently and asks her to repeat the question, but there was no delay. We heard earlier them interchange words like back to back immediately. That was just him sitting there going, oh shit, fuck, what do I say? And then his answer isn't even grammatically correct. It's very, very obvious that he made it up in his head and realized that he fucked up. It's so obvious that even right-wingers are laughing about it on Twitter. But yeah, so you can't have these, these are all axis B personality disorders. You can't have them all right? It's not Pokemon. So we ignore all of this, and it's fine. She has some mental health issues. She shouldn't own a gun. Quote, I just remember the police were often at my home. Loomer told The Spectator in 2019, quote, I grew up very anxious, depressed kid. I had struggles with depression, so I would use politics as a kind of outlet to escape all the dysfunction of my life. That's interesting. I mean, I can understand relating to the dysfunction of politics and maybe even using it as a distraction tool, but I don't know. I had really bad anxiety and depression, and then I started to basically deal with the depression by doing cocaine. I was never a drug user before. So, history of drug use, history of self-harm and suicidality, mental illness. Wow, Milo really is not holding back this punch, and this is apparently only part 1. Quote, there were phases when I wouldn't sleep for 3 days straight, and one morning I woke up and drove myself to a cliff. It was cold. Not going to read the rest of that. We can, you can see it. We know where it's going. It was an open secret at every level of her congressional campaign in 2020 that Loomer was on a cocktail of prescription drugs, including mood stabilizers, antipsychotics, and antidepressants. I don't necessarily have an issue with this. If you need psychiatric medication to keep your brain functioning normal, I'd rather you have it than not. And I don't think that people who need to be on medication are unfit to serve in elected office. You can need mood stabilizers or antidepressants or even antipsychotics, and still be a functioning human who can do the job of an elected official. Like, people will get really scared with this one, antipsychotics, but some of those are just used as sleep aids for people. Although she was likely not using it for a sleep aid. Assuming that all of this is true, throughout Loomer's congressional campaign, she had her phone confiscated and was instructed to delete dozens of screed about other candidates, including this now deleted Telegram post about Trump-endorsed Anna Paulina Luna, now a sitting congresswoman. Anna Paulina Lunatic is an absolute con artist and a liar. That's quite long. And I mean, Laura Loomer is a sea hag that, like, I don't care what she has to say. Like, we can tell that it's not necessarily coherent to the extent that it's worthwhile information to have in your mind. Years later, James O'Keefe had taken Loomer out of the field during her employment at Project Veritas until she got back on her medication. Makes sense. Laura claims she secretly filmed the pair of them having sex, and she threatened O'Keefe that she would release the tape if he ever talked about her publicly. In order for Loomer to run for office, her general consultant required that she regularly see a psychiatrist and that she stay on every medication prescribed to her. She didn't. 8 days out from the election in 2020, Loomer, after being confronted about sexually assaulting a young male campaign volunteer, now called advisor Roger Stone and told him she had driven past the retailer Lowe's several times, mulled over the purchases of rope with which to hang herself. Again, these are allegations by a man who is not known for his trustworthiness. He's not known for his unbiased opinions. But right-wingers don't usually attack each other. And I don't know. All right, you're copping a timeout for that one. Don't be fucking stupid. Moron. Guns don't... Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm not even gonna... I need to get better at not getting mad at the trolls. Fuck you. Like, when you come into someone's chat and do that, it's beyond just being annoying. It's distracting. Like, I've lost my train of thought. It's stupid. Other people can see it. I'm like, I don't want... Like, sure, if you DM me that, I can cope with it, but I don't want other people to have to look at your fucking slur your stupid, I meant to say slur, but incoherent garbage that you're saying just to piss me off. Other people don't need to deal with that. That pisses me off too. Just Russian bots, idiots, and no-life groypers. So the news surprised no one, nor did the obvious gratitude of the shopping. Blah. I want to know what she's saying in this video, so let's have a quick listen, because it's only a 19-second
Crazy,
video.
but what are they doing? I want to know what people are actually going to do. My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is? I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen.
No, not for someone that stupid. If I'm going to debate somebody, I want it to actually at least take some effort. That's a fly. That person, I could crush with my mind alone. Just telepathically, I could just crush them into a little ball, the size of an atom, and then reduce that until it becomes a black hole that eats itself, disappears. I could just do that to that person if I wanted to. I don't need to debate them. Fuck that person. If I'm gonna debate somebody, it has to be someone that's either going to be fun to debate for me, like can actually keep up and make solid points and engage honestly, or somebody that I could somebody like, it has to be on a topic. Like, the person doesn't matter in the second case, it's the topic. And I'll say something that's funny, that I find funny, so that I could spend the entire time just me being disingenuous and making fun of them the whole time. Gun violence is not going to be that. I mean, I debate somebody famous, sure. Most of them are pretty stupid too. It wouldn't really make a difference. Like, I'm not saying I'm an amazing debater. I'm not bred to. But I would debate Ethan Klein. I don't know. I mean, on what really? Israel? That's kind of tired out. I don't know. I don't know what I could say to Ethan Klein that Hassan didn't about Israel, and I don't really know much else about him to debate him. But sure, he seems like, because he's someone that actually believes what he says. That's what I mean by fun for me. I need someone who's genuine, authentic. I just either that or an idiot with a funny topic. Those are my criteria. And also, Ethnoslav, you should join my Discord. Now, she got confined to a room after losing an election. Doesn't surprise me after.
People tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me. My life is really crazy.
This was, by the way, for getting banned from Uber Eats, Uber, Lyft, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, etc. This is right. I think this is probably before she went and handcuffed herself to Twitter's headquarters and then stood there with like a megaphone. Probably. The Discord link should be in the video description. Oh, okay. You changed your name. No worries. Well, I mean, in this case, you changed your name. The link should be in the video description in my link tree on Twitch. Yeah, because I had to use a link tree. Or you can just go onto my YouTube page and find it on there. I'd send the link in chat, but then I'd have to open Discord, and it doesn't like when I'm streaming and have Discord open. So, yeah. Look, this bitch be crazy. The FBI declined to comment on the specifics of Loomer's case, citing confidentiality, but confirmed that it was, quote, extremely likely that any citizen with her mental health history would not be permitted a firearm in Florida or any other state. So, interesting here. I mean, again, I don't know how much of this I believe. I do love seeing fascist on fascist violence. So, I mean, this isn't violence, obviously. This is rhetorical violence. But it is still genuinely funny. And if anyone deserves it right now, it's probably her. Not for, any of the stuff in that article, but just because she's a ghoul, a hag, a grifter, and a Nazi. That's what happens when you're Hitler, is people are mean to you. Even other Hitlers. Because, that's kind of the point. Anyway, that's pretty much it for this stream. I think I got to almost everything. There was a couple things that I wanted to look further into that I will do next stream. Speaking of next stream, Wednesday is probably not going to happen. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Wednesday's probably not going to happen. I got some personal stuff I need to take care of. Friday, I'll be on like normal. If I don't make Wednesday, I will absolutely try and make Thursday. I'll post an update on my Discord, and I'll update the schedule on Twitch. Oh, thanks for the follow, Walker Steele. Much appreciated. And yeah, so thanks for watching, guys. I hope you had a lovely time listening to some of this most horrific shit that I've seen in a little while. And